Witam wszystkich. Ja się nazywam jestem organizatorem klubu w Łodzi wraz z Szymonem, Michałem i Przemkiem, którzy mi super pomagają. Dzisiaj będziemy mieli pierwszy nasz większy event w Łodzi. Cała seria prelekcji. Mamy bardzo interesujących prelegentów, porozmawiamy sobie o sztucznej inteligencji, trochę o cloudzie, trochę o raście i trochę o UX-ie. Wydaje mi się, że naprawdę super słychać będzie nas i że prezentacje będą naprawdę bardzo fajne. Co też chciałbym też podziękować Polityce Łódzkiej za wypożyczenie nam tej salki, udostępnienie jej. Google'owi oczywiście za sponsorowanie nas. No i Wam przede wszystkim, że przyszliście, postanowiliście poświęcić swój czas na tę prezentację. Mam nadzieję, że będzie Wam się podobało. Tak jak wspomniałem wcześniej, prezentacje będą, dwie będą na pewno po angielsku. Parę będzie do wyboru, więc po prostu prelegenci się Was zapytają, jaki język preferujecie. Jeżeli ktoś z Was nie rozumie po polsku, okay, maybe here I'll switch to English. So, as I mentioned before, sorry for that, most of the presentation, two of the presentation will be fully in English, one presentation will be in Polish, and three speakers will just ask you, would you prefer Polish or English? So please let them know if you have issues with Polish, that's not a problem, just raise your hand and let them know. I think we are good to start. During the presentation we'll be also having short breaks for coffee or tea. You have the catering over there, so feel free to grab a coffee, tea, network with somebody else, or just grab some food. From me, that's all, because we have a little bit delay. So I'm passing microphone to Jacek Kwarski. He will give you some brief about Polityka Łódzka, and then we'll move to the first speaker. Thanks.
Zanim zaczniecie merytoryczne zajęcia i dyskusje na tematy bardzo techniczne, to ja chciałbym Was przywitać w imieniu Politechniki Łódzkiej, a w szczególności w imieniu Wydziału Elektrotechniki, Elektroniki, Informatyki i Automatyki, którego mam przyjemność być dziekanem. Jest mi bardzo miło, że jesteście tutaj u nas na naszym terenie, że właśnie u nas odbywa się to fajne, wartościowe, ciekawe wydarzenie góra. Cieszę się również, że widzę na sali znajome twarze, czyli są nasi studenci, ale cieszę się też, że widzę sporo twarzy nieznajomych, to znaczy, że jest sporo osób spoza i to jest fajnie, bo się też promujemy. Ale zanim zaczniecie swoje prezentacje, to pozwólcie mi na kilka słów na temat samego wydziału, żebyście wiedzieli, gdzie jesteście. Okay. To wydział, jak powiedziałem, nazywa się Elektrotechniki, Elektroniki, Informatyki i Automatyki. I w tej nazwie macie tak naprawdę pewne spektrum tego, czym się zajmujemy. Mamy szeroką gamę dyscyplin naukowych, szeroką gamę działalności naukowej, a także kształcenia, co być może jest nie bez znaczenia, bo część z Was jeszcze gdzieś tam szuka swojej drogi również w kształceniu, czy dokształcaniu, również nasza oferta jest bardzo ciekawa. Mamy w swojej strukturze aż 9 jednostek, to są duże instytuty i troszkę mniejsze katedry. W nazwach zobaczycie tutaj też pewną specyfikę od automatyki przez elektroenergetykę, elektronikę, informatykę, mechatronikę i inżynierię elektryczną, a także aparaty elektryczne, mikroelektronikę i przewody półprzewodnikowe, które widzicie, że olbrzymia część tych instytutów, katedr jest właśnie związana z obszarem szeroko rozumianej informatyki, zarówno tej sprzętowej, jak i software'owej, z czego jesteśmy dumni i cieszymy się, że właśnie tak to wygląda. Jesteśmy największym wydziałem biblioteki ludzkiej. Mamy w sumie ponad 250 tak zwanych nauczycieli akademickich, czyli ludzi, którzy mają stopnie naukowe. To świadczy o kompetencjach kadry, która z studentami ma zajęcia, a jeszcze bardziej to widać, kiedy się spojrzy na tak zwanych samodzielnych pracowników nauki. Zobaczcie, to jest ponad 60 profesorów i doktorów habilitowanych. Nie jedna uczelnia cała nie ma takiej kadry jak my na jednym wydziale, także jesteśmy rzeczywiście potęgą i to widać na każdym kroku. Jeśli chodzi o studia, to może zacznijmy od studiów pierwszego stopnia, czyli studiów, które kończą się tytułami inżyniera. Mamy ofertę zarówno w języku polskim, jak i pełne studia w języku angielskim. Znowu widzicie tutaj całą gamę tych specjalności, które są ściśle związane z tym, co widzieliście w nazwie. Oczywiście mamy informatykę, mamy elektronikę i telekomunikację, ale mamy też takie rzeczy jak inżynierię biologyczną, gdzie coraz więcej jest potrzeb w tym zakresie i coraz więcej się dzieje. W języku angielskim, jak powiedziałem, pełne studia też w tych ciekawych specjalnościach, w tym również oczywiście w zakresie computer science. Mamy studia drugiego stopnia, które w dużej mierze odpowiadają temu, co na pierwszym stopniu się dzieje, ale, i tu bym chciał na jedną rzecz zwrócić uwagę, zobaczcie proszę, mamy studia w zakresie sztucznej inteligencji uczenia maszynowego, co gdzieś działań twarzy właśnie z tego kierunku. To są studia już ściśle dedykowane do AI, uruchomiliśmy je 4 lata temu. I mamy niesamowite sukcesy kształcenia, ponieważ wypuściliśmy już kilka szczytów absolwentów i oni wszyscy twierdzą, że dostają tutaj bardzo potężną dawkę takich fundamentów AI, czyli czegoś, co jest głębsze niż tylko proste używanie. Z tego jesteśmy dumni i taki sobie cel stawiliśmy, co nam się powoli udaje uzyskiwać. To samo dotyczy studiów w języku angielskim. Tutaj też na jednym kierunku chcę zwrócić uwagę, to jest Human Computer Interaction, to jest też bardzo taka szczególny obszar gdzieś z pogranicza informatyki i wszystkich nauk tych miękkich, czyli socjologii, psychologii. Bardzo ciekawe prace, takie właśnie interdyscyplinarne się dzieją w tym zakresie, no i też już od ładnych kilku lat te studia się toczą. Swoimi absolwentami zarówno tych studiów pierwszego, jak i drugiego stopnia mogliśmy zasilić całkiem pokaźne miasteczko. Tu macie liczby, które są na jakiś moment zebrane, to już są dziesiątki tysięcy absolwentów, a także, co świadczy o naszej randze naukowej, mamy olbrzymią rodzinę wypromowanych doktorów habilitowanych. To są kolejne etapy w karierze naukowej. Ja wiem, że może część z Państwa to nie interesuje, ale to też świadczy o tym, co się tutaj dzieje, jaka praca naukowa się toczy na naszym wydziale. Jakbyśmy tak sobie zrobili tour po tym budynku, w którym jesteście, zobaczycie najróżniejszego rodzaju laboratoria, właśnie począwszy od takich bardzo sprzętowych, gdzieś nawet takie typu komory bezechowe czy inne rzeczy, ale mnóstwo będzie zagadnień ściśle informatycznych czy elektronicznych. Mam tutaj clean na pokładzie, czyli coś, co jest absolutnie unikalne, czyli ujedziecie dzisiaj na tworzymy oprogramowanie clean, to jest wyzwanie technologiczne, to Pan wiecie, że każdy produkt ma swoje negatywne czy może mieć swoje negatywne znaczenie. No i wreszcie oczywiście jest mnóstwo różnych takich rzeczy, które bawią studentów, bawią nas, robotów różnego rodzaju, takich do zabawy, ale również do bardzo takich realnych zastosowań, na przykład do medycznych czy rehabilitacyjnych. Mamy cały zespół, który będzie się odnośnie rehabilitacji. To też buduje starzejącego społeczeństwa jest ściśle tak. No i wreszcie to, z czego się najbardziej lubi, co się mówi naszych studentów. Mamy tu szereg naukowych, to tabelę gdzieś w sąsiednim pomieszczeniu 20 konferencja naukowych, że będziecie wierzyć, jak zobaczycie z naukową, możecie zobaczyć, jak wyglądają produkty. Tu jest kilka takich zdjęć naukowych, gdzieś tam różnych wyjazdów do Gandalfa. Mamy wspaniałą grupę robotyków, kontraktorów, które zdobywały na całym świecie i zobaczcie, są znakomicie, robią drony, samochody, różne inne rzeczy. Także już byli na Marsie i gdzie tylko się da. No dobrze, to tyle. Życzę Wam dobrego spotkania. Będę przez jakiś czas z Wami, posłucham Wam, czy mówicie, ale nie to będzie dla Was, przez bardzo dobry czas dnia. Oddaję głos. Dziękuję.
Okay, I think so. We can start with the first presentation. So, as usual, please come to the stage and good luck.
Someone on the YouTube was complaining about the audio quality, so I'm just fixing it right now. And now you want me to start the presentation?
So, hello everyone. My name is Aslı. I currently study human-computer interaction. Everyone can hear me well, right? Yes. Alright. And I also do my internship right now as a front-end developer, and today I'll be talking about dark patterns. I'll tell them what they are, the most common ones, as well as giving you some example and mentioning some laws about them. So let's start. First of all, what are those? Those are patterns. Actually, these are things that we come across a lot in our life, but we don't notice them that they exist unless they really, really annoy us. So these are like kind of deceptive design patterns that they want to trick people. The companies want to trick people, and if they want to manipulate them, they use some UI patterns, some tactics in the interface, and they want to make the user have a choice in the way on their own benefits. So why do we care? First of all, it causes poor user experience, and also it has disadvantages because it really ruins user trust, and also it also brings some legal liability with itself. We can start with the first group of the tactics to mention. The first one is sneaking. What is sneaking is basically the companies wants to hide the information or the delay user to get the information, so user will somehow not notice it and keep continuing the action unless they see it. One of the tactics they use is sneaking into the basket. Something we see commonly on online shopping. For example, you do the shopping, you buy, you add it to the basket, and what? Also, the company, the website is also adding something for you as well. And if you don't notice it, if you don't press the delete button, you will maybe mistakenly proceed to purchase. You'll get something you don't want to. But sometimes it is something maybe small, not even that costly, returning is taking time. You will just give up, you will just accept what is given to you. And the another example is hidden costs. This is something that when you start purchasing an item, you see the price, right? And then you go to the next steps. At the very end, just before you checking out, then you see a different price, the additional taxes, additional fees, and so on, and the numbers increases. The most of the users will, they all put all the time and effort. They will be like just, okay, it's okay. There are some additional costs, but I'll go through it anyway, and then they will just continue even if they didn't want it to. And another example of the strict wording. So this is something that you use especially that the companies use, especially if you are doing scan reading. If you want to read something fast, like an example to that is if you want to sign in and service, and then you want to accept the terms and so on, you read the things faster, right? You don't check everything, and there is, for example, a tick box, and you don't click it because usually it means that you give a consent and so on, and in the text it says I do not consent by clicking the box. And usually, it's a typical user thing. If you click something, you give the consent. And if you are not careful, that which most of us are not that careful, we just give another extra permission that we didn't want to. And there is also pre-selection that is used commonly in cookies, like you're in a website, and then you have the cookie options already selected for you, the unnecessary cookies. And you want to, turn it off, each of them, and sometimes it's taking time. You don't want to deal with it. You just want to continue what you are doing, and you tend to accept it anyway, even if you don't want to, and you give extra permission anyway again. And last category in this section, I would tell about hidden subscription. This is something like the user is not fully informed and they don't know that their subscription would renew. I even have a recent example regarding do it in the LinkedIn Premium. I wanted to try it, a free trial, and they told me that they would let me know a week before via email that my trial will expire, so they will not charge me extra. I have a chance to cancel it. I trusted them. I said, okay. I didn't take any notes. Then I went abroad. I totally forgot about it. Then I got the notification, but not from LinkedIn. It was my bank, obviously, and they tried to get the money, and luckily that day in that card I didn't have the money, so they couldn't do it. So I tried to cancel it. It was a long process, and it was not even obvious that they would get my money still or not, so I had to spend my time, and I had to write a long email with the screenshot and everything to the customer service, explaining them. I said, it is not my fault. You informed me that way and you didn't do it, and I don't want to be charged. And after a few days, finally I got a response that I will not be charged. But it was a long effort for me, and another person I know had exactly the same situation. She didn't want to deal with all of it. She didn't see it, and she was just charged even if she didn't want to use it. Now I'll give you more examples about it. Here, like the first example on the left is this about hidden costs. You could see, like in the first, you see the $310, and in the end you have some service fee, fulfillment fee, and so on, and the price changes. And it is even, I'll give you a recent example from Felixbus. Service fee is always added at the very end, just before you check out in the mobile app. And also an example from Ryanair. It's an old one, but it is a very interesting one, so I wanted to include it here. It is from between 2010 and 2013. So during the flight ticket purchase, users have some options here. They are set, actually, you can see it maybe, can you read it here? It says, please select the country of residence. And then if the user selects a country, they are automatically adding an insurance. So this is an example to trick working, and how they can avoid it is here. There is country list, right, between Lithuania and Latvia. There is a section that you don't need to travel insurance there, and you need to click it to choose it. So that is also an interesting example from this. And the next way they trick people is the obstruction. For me, I personally find that one of the most annoying. What they do is, it's like you have a task flow, right? You want to get things done. They constantly disturb you in some way. They are making your task harder in many ways. What they want here is, whatever you are trying to do, they want you to give it up. So, good example to that is this roach model. What this roach model is, when you subscribe something, you sign into it, but when you want to get out, you want to cancel, you want to delete, they make it impossible. They make it over complex. You need to call the customer service, you need to do any additional stuff, you need to click everything, even just to find the cancellation option. So that is it. And there is also comparison prevention. I have a good example to that in the next slide. Actually, that's what they do is they try to make it in a way harder. So between the products and whatever they give you, it is harder to compare. Then you'll be tired and they are expecting you to make a worse choice, so they'll get more benefits from you. And privacy maze, it's something that we all are familiar in many platforms, like you have pages to get your privacy settings, and it's hard to find. It is like we don't want, it's hidden somewhere. They put it there, and then if you want to check it, it is hard for you to find your consent. And the last one I would mention is nagging, which I find personally the most annoying. So here, you want to do something and something pops up, for example, in an app. They say, okay, give me this permission, make me do this, and they just tell you something. And you decline, and the next time, it pops up again, right? Until they make you give it up. So that's the technique that I will give you even an example on the right from Reddit. Here, it's a mobile, here's the mobile version of the Reddit, that a mobile web of Reddit, that when you are there just reading, this warning pops up. They say, oh, okay, don't want the Reddit app. The users decline, the next day the same thing, the next day the same thing. And then, what happens if you don't want the app? The problem is that here there are some, they will get more data from you, and that's all they care. They don't care about frustrating the users. And I was telling you about, I was going to tell more about this private, this comparison. And how to make it harder to compare the products, right? Here you see that example from the T-Mobile. There are three examples look similar, some prices, but on the first and second example, you have tax included in the fee, and the last one you don't. And then you start to try to calculate everything, and then you need to do the math yourself, right? And if you want to check also full plan details, you need to click on this view full plan details, and you need to go through another web page. And then you check everything while trying to keep all the prices on your mind, and then you are going back. And all these things, all the calculations, all the things, they are making you mentally tired. Sometimes you do that math, you are just tired, exhausted, and you might end up with choosing a more expensive option here. And there are other ways that they use it. One of them is known misdirection. It's where they use UI most effectively when they want to, let's say, take the user's attention and focus them on something they want instead of what they want. So here, let me tell you about the UI design when we talk about manipulating choice architecture. So in design, if any object is bigger, you pay attention to it. If something is brighter, you pay attention to it. If there are much bigger contrast difference, you see it more clearly, you see it there. If there are some similar objects, similar patterns, you see them more as a group. If they are closer, you see them as more as a group. So those are the choices. And if there are some objects that is, for example, a button that is important there, not grouped together, just on the side, low contrast, doesn't look like it is related, like a kind of a page decor, let's say, you might miss that option, and you just focus on the things what you are forced to, and you were offered, more visually appealed one, let's say. And the other ways to do it is like emotional manipulation. If you use some kind of, let's say, some cute visuals to gain users, let's say, trust, empathy, and so on. This is kind of an emotional way of using AI, emotional manipulation. And the last thing here I would like to mention is discrete ads. here, actually it's a way of sneaking. But the reason I added here is it is something that is, especially in UI, we have all these interfaces, right? Here, the ads are visually the same as one of the other interface element already, so you can't understand if it is an ad or not. You click it, you are redirected to either, let's say, an ad, or if you are just downloading something that you don't want to, and those are this kind of tricks. And you could see it even on the right side on the Microsoft's and here the Adobe Edge browser, and you could see like to download and you don't know where you want to click, right? And also about this visual contrast and everything I was telling you, the hierarchy actually, there's a good example on the left in Tesla from 2019. Some people purchased this and then they wanted to cancel it, then they saw that it is not refundable. But actually, it was written that it was refundable. But where? You could see right there in the very bottom, you could hardly see it, right? It is also anywhere. It's like the contrast is like really, really low. You can't read it. Nobody checks there. And then they learn that they can't be refunded. The next group is forced action. That's something that actually makes users like, you can't use the service anymore unless you complete a task and it is not even about what you're doing. The first example is grinding. It is something that uses gamification, and in a way they want user to complete some tasks so they could continue what they are doing. A good example to this is actually since last year they are quite popular. There are some kind of Chinese, Singaporean apps. Actually, in the mobile, they just have some Chinese dramas, let's say 30 seconds. I saw a lot of advertisements of them. And then they kind of end the things in a way that the users are curious. So, after that, after 30 seconds, if you want to watch more, you either need to play a lot of ads, watch a lot of things, or you need to do some purchase there, and you need to buy something like gold or whatever they give you in the app. So they give you either too much work, like nobody wants to do, or just, you can't just keep watching. Another example to that is forced registration. They make the user believe that registration is mandatory, but sometimes it is not to finish to complete the action. And the last example here is privacy blocking. This is something that I think many of you are already familiar with the term. It's a service or website tricks you into sharing more information, more than you really wanted to. And I will give you an example to that recently in the early 2025 on Figma. When Figma wanted to develop their AI model, they give the permission to their AI model to all users' files. They could use it to train it. It was pre-selected for all users without their allowance. Of course, users can go for all this way path and then get their consent back. But it was not user's prior choice, They did it for the user. And on the right, there is another example on LinkedIn 2015, an old one. It is about this forced registering. As I said, you could see here, like it looks like it's obligatory that you put your email address and you press continue, right? But if you go below to the continue button, you see what they want to do with that email. And then outside of the box, here you would see the skip this step button that looks like it is not related. But actually, this step is not needed at all. They just make user assume that it is obligatory to get more data from them. And the last topic, last groups of tricks that I'll cover here is the social engineering, which is They use this user's psychological or social biases here to get them what they want. And here the actual examples are very clear. The fake scarcity is something like you think that you make the user think that a product is in high demand and in low stock, and you kind of try to make them hurry up to get the purchase. And there is also fake social proof. Then you get some fake testimonials, comments, and so on. I'll even show you some examples how they are creating those. Then user might have more positive opinion about it and might do the purchase. Or fake urgency, you have the fake timers, and then you don't give enough time to user to think it through before they proceed or make a decision. And then the last thing here we'll cover is comfort shaming. It's a product or service, it is also an emotional manipulation that makes the user feel guilty or ashamed of what they do with the words. Let's go through them. So the first one is the example for fake scarcity. Here there is this app, sales stock counter. You could just create some fake stocks and then make the user confused and worry. And then there's also the one on the right. It is for creating some fake comments and everything. And so you just give some untrue information to the user. And here there is another app for fake timer, to set a fake timer. And then on the right there is this confirm shaming examples from a medical supplies website. And here you see they want your allowance for notifications. You either allow or no, I don't want to stay alive. That is confirm shaming. That makes no sense for me. Well, so besides that, let's maybe mention briefly about the laws, because it is not only there, but there are also some legal obligatory. I told you that it comes with it. Here there are some of the laws and also regulators here. The first two of them, the Digital Services Act, the General Data Protection Regulation, and Unfair Commercial Practices Directives are for European Union. They're the laws, and if you want to see more about it, at the end of the presentation, I'll be providing you a link, and you could just see more examples there. And there is also Federal Trade Commission in the US that's also a regulator that is targeting those deceptive patterns. And let's go through some cases that is related to deceptive patterns here. There's huge cases with billions or millions of dollars of cost. The first example is this Iliad case in Amazon. So here they made the process of the cancellation of the product quite harder than it used to be. And the name is Iliad. It's like, the poem. It's like the epic poem, if you have ever heard it. So it's just like that. And they had to actually pay like 2.5 billion. It's huge for their mistakes. And then there is the gaming industry. The example for this is the Epic Games. And here they made the users let's purchases, but by mistake, just by something like, in a very simple way, using the controller buttons, and when it comes to refunds, they made it extremely difficult. And what they did cost them actually $245 million, which is huge in the gaming industry. And the last one, I show it all? No, it's not to show. Okay, let me go. Okay, it's not there visible. Okay, so there is this Google's deception location tracking case here. The last thing I want to mention. So here, what happens here is basically like they have two different options for the tracking settings, and they first of all, the users thinks that they already they don't allow the tracking, but actually there are other apps and the other options that they was being kept tracked. So also they also cost them in a massive price, about almost 400. It's like let's say $393 million in the 40 different states. They had to pay this amount between the states. So here is the chaos that happened there. So overall, what I want to say is dark patterns are not only bad designs. They are not bad user experience. They are more than that. And I am not an ethics teacher here. I'm not saying that it is good or bad, but what I'm saying is there are facts, and those are not bad design, those are choices. And every choice comes with some responsibilities, right? So here, this is the link that I mentioned. If you want to learn more about it, there are more examples of laws. There are also many more examples. Just if you want to dive into it more, that's it. And any questions?
Can we get the presentation afterwards?
Sorry?
Can we get the presentation afterwards?
Yes, all the presentation will be shared on our GitHub, and you will be free to download them.
All right. Okay.
So if anybody have any questions, I can pass the microphone.
All right. So right now we are having a 10 minutes break. Feel free to go out, have a drink, eat something. Right?
Thank you, Alfred. Yes, so as was mentioned, right now we're having a 7-minute break, and then we are going back to our presentation. See you.
Ja ci zaraz wyślę maila, bo z tego lapka nie mam dostępu do swojego domu.
Tak, żeby się teraz możecie być po mnie zaraz. Moje działa. Będziemy zaczynać.
Powoli będziemy zaczynać.
No ale to też, no to właśnie później wam ludzie nie przyjdą, nie?
Tak, tak, tak.
Halo, halo? Halo, 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 halo?
Tu będziesz stał, nie?
Nie wiem, będę się ruszał.
Ale tutaj nie będziesz schodził na dół, czy będziesz?
No nie.
Okej, no to
Nie,
kwestia.
nie będę nagle do publiczności.
A, wodziczka? A, to jest twoja, okej. Jakbyś chciał, to wiesz kolejną?
Aplikacja trzeba jakoś instalować? Nie. Milion. Dobra.
Okay, so hello everyone. I think we are good to start. Now Konrad will present you something about Google Jules. I think this is a very interesting tool and he will show some examples how to use it.
Welcome, Konrad.
Thank you. Thanks. Really appreciate the invite. It's actually we'll call it my alma mater. I used to study here at Politechnika Łódź 15 years ago. I decided to study again, doing my PhD. It's a 4th year study. I'm on the 5th year already. And hopefully in 2 years I'll finish that off. So actually I would like to have a big applause for the guys that organized this. How many of you have been to DevFest before? One guy. Okay, we organized this thing as well in Bydgoszcz where we work. So it's a lot of work. So a big applause please for the guys that organized that, for Krzysztof and the team. Okay, cool. So let's start. Today I'm going to show you something that is very interesting for me, but also a bit scary, how things are moving fast, especially in the development world. So today we're going to meet Jules. Yeah, a little bit about myself. I like to call myself cloud architect. I've been working with clouds for a very, very long time right now. I've been with the same company for 15 years right now, working with private cloud and public cloud. But today, cloud is basically everything about AI. Yeah? Microsoft, Google, AWS, most of the investment they do is in AI. So basically, cloud architect is a little bit of an AI architect these days. Just a few things. Oh, I'm not sure if, let's see if the presentation is in the works well in the full screen, but we will check out. Okay, I must say I'm a little bit of a certification junkie. Been working with Google for 6 years. I've been taking exams a lot. I still go on doing it. I'm also a Google developer expert. So there are lots of programs. How many of you, by the way, have been working with Google products like Google Cloud Platform? Okay, few of you. So if it's the foundation, basically, Google Cloud Platform. All the services, AI, are hosted on Google Cloud Platform. So somewhere in your career, you probably will get in touch with these technologies. So that's how I started. I started doing the certification because like 6-7 years ago, there weren't many customers. So I just decided, let's do certification, that's the path, how I started working with Google Cloud. Then I decided to write co-author a couple of books. So if you're interested to go this path as well, just meet me at the corridor. I can help you out a little bit with that. Obviously, I'm from Poland. I do have life outside of my work. So I really love traveling. I actually used to have a YouTube channel called Galanta Shama on Facebook, where we travel with my wife, try to eat well and show the places where it's worth going and trying things out. I also love sports, so last year we decided to, with my wife, to try windsurfing. So there's a really nice spot in Poland, in Haluty, where we do that every year. So really recommend that. Okay, enough about me. I would like to learn a little bit about you as well, because I was expecting a lot of students in here. But just let me know, how many students do we have on? Okay, let's say like 40–50%. That's good. That's good. Actually, it's important because you do have access. You should have access to what I'll be showing for free. So check it out, because Gemini in general for students, I believe until the end of year. So
no,
you need to check. No,
it already passed. 9
did it?
9 of December. You've got.
Oh, so hopefully you use that. Sorry about that, but I guess it will happen again probably because this those kind of promotion change a lot. Okay, how many of you are developers? Okay. How many of you consider yourself like a Scrum Master, project managers? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Good, good. So I guess you have a lot of hats at your work. Analysts? Okay, cool, cool. Any other, you're outside of IT and you decided to come here because there's free pizza today? No? Don't be shy. I came here for pizza as well. Okay, good. So I do consider myself being a very lazy person, but lazy people make the progress, right? I love automating stuff. Since I remember, I didn't like all the toil of doing repeatable tasks. So that's why I like to automate things. And this will be about automating things. Okay, let's meet Jules today. Okay, so I actually, being a lazy person, I didn't even create the definition myself. I asked Gemini what Jules is. And basically, Jules is an autonomous, asynchronous AI coding agent that integrates with your repositories to independently handle complex tasks like building features, writing tasks, and fixing bugs. So basically, it's an LLM wrapped into an application that is helping you to automate a lot of things you will be doing when developing applications, or whatever you want to develop. And it's going to help you out with the tasks that you don't want to do. Okay, who knows Gemini here? Okay, let's say 80%. Who knows ChatGPT? Okay, who knows what GPT is? Okay, so Gemini is, well, there are two things. It's an LLM in the first place, developed by Google, right? It's at this stage, it's at version 3. It's very comparable to what GPT LLM does. You know, there are some benchmarks, you know, we can argue whether it's better than GPT or not, but basically it's an LLM. On top of that, you have an application like ChatGPT that you can use, and it basically does the same as the application. So, how many of you code using ChatGPT today? Really? Oh, okay, I'm surprised, okay. It seems like 4 people. How many of you, if you know Gemini, use Gemini or any other LLM for coding? Okay, that's half of you. Okay, so I guess you have your preferred LLM. Maybe it's Claude, maybe it's something else. Oops. But okay, Gemini is basically like a ChatGPT application. You can ask it will generate code, but then you need to copy it to your IDE. To create your application, so it's a little bit not handy. But then you have Gemini Code Assist. Do you guys know, anyone knows Code Assist? Okay. So this basically integrates with your IDE, where you develop your application. So it allows you to talk to Gemini or any other LLM models. And probably Jarek will be correcting me what I'm saying, because he's like a freak on code assess, so he knows everything, absolutely everything about it. But I'll make it simple, right? So you have IDE and you talk to LLM directly from the IDE, so you don't need to copy paste things, and you can just chat with it directly from your development environment. And after that, we have Jules. And Jules is, for me, I'm not a developer. I'm as I was saying, cloud architect, so I develop from time to time, mostly in Python for doing some sort of automation, doing some simple machine learning, and I do it with Jules. And you will see how Jules will help the lazy person like me. Okay, a couple of features. So what it actually does? It does integrate with GitHub. How many of you know what GitHub is? Wow, finally. Cool, so I guess GitHub is very famous not only for storing code, but anything, right, for versioning stuff. So it integrates with your GitHub directly, so you don't need to submit things yourself. It runs somewhere in the cloud. You don't care. It's actually using a virtual machine, but you don't care where it is, because Jules takes care of all the computation itself for you. It's actually developing tests, and most important, it's actually showing you what it does, right? So it's not doing everything in the background and just giving you the end result without having a chance to look at the plan. It asks you for the feedback, whether it's going in the right direction, etc. Okay. Nice. So I think we need to change probably something about the. We need to zoom out, because we have problems with the display. Okay, I have already disguised my surprise, which is because I love that picture. And okay, so how this works? Yeah, if it's not the ChatGPT application, you can talk to Jules by prompting it. So you can just talk to the prompt. You can create a GitHub issue and just have your virtualized developer taking care of the task, or you can use CLI or API, which I love because it allows you to automate everything. I love APIs. So once you call it, Jules will create the tasks. It will build a plan for you. Then you are approving it or disapproving it. Jules starts the development, creates the test. It actually does code review, which I love, because it is actually criticizing its own code. So once the code is developed, it looks at the code and checks whether it likes it. If it's not, well, what it likes, it changes the code as well. Then it's able to make a pull request. You can't see it, but you are reviewing the code. If you don't like the code, you can comment on this, and Jules will do a loop again, fix what you don't like, and do it until you're happy with the code. Once it's done, you approve it, and you merge it. Okay, who hasn't seen Minions? Who doesn't know what Minions are? Really or joking? Really?
I mean, I saw that picture everywhere, but I didn't.
Ah, but you know what Minions are? Okay, so just to explain this one gentleman here, Minions are, well, I wasn't expecting that someone doesn't know Minions. So those are those small yellow guys that be managed by a violent guy, villain I think it's called, and they were basically doing all the work that he didn't want to do. So he had a bunch of minions, well, thousands of minions, and they were just like the employees, or I don't want to call them slaves. They were basically doing whatever groove the guy wanted to do. So who wouldn't like to have minions like this? I would love to have those. And this is what Jules is. So Jules gives you thousands of minions that will work for you. And what they would do, they would be coding for you, right? So my dream came true. Now I'm not very good in programming. I can read Python. I could develop something dodgy, but they will do it for me. Okay, now something serious. This is going really, really fast. So I had this session in Cyprus like 2 weeks ago, and I took a snapshot how fast this is being developed. So in September, in October, look how many changes have been introduced to Jules. And they're not simple changes, yeah? They're game-changing changes. So they're introducing memory, they're introducing API, common CLI. And just today in the morning, I looked at the list, and there already were like 5, 6 new things released with Jules. So the time is running really fast, and they are delivering. Okay? Here's just an example. Obviously, it's an LLM, so you need to know what you want, and you just can. If you say something completely obsolete, then you will get an obsolete answer. So you actually, if you go to GitHub and check this, and the presentation will be shared, by the way. If you check this link, you will see how to talk to Jules. Those are tips, right? Just to say, I want to refactor something, I want you to create tests. So you're not using, you can, obviously you're using natural language, but if you structure your question to Jules, it will be much easier to get a better effect. Okay? And those were the plans, and unfortunately, as Jarek is saying, the free plan, and I wanted to use it as well, so I wanted to benefit from that, that's a shame. But basically you have a free plan. It allows you to create 15 tasks, 15 tasks per day, sorry, free concurrent task, and it's powered by 2.5 now. I read it's already have Gemini 3, I think from a week or something. But then you have also paid version, and I think with the free version, the free version you have, I think you can try it. The pro version is coming, it's paid like 20 bucks a month or something like that. And then you have Ultra, which I don't think you really will need. Okay? The most important, the integration, as I was saying, GitHub, the code reviewer that allows to review the code that Jules created, reviews the code itself. You have the CLI and API, CLI being a command line, right? So you don't use the interface, but you can run commands to Jules, so it's easier for automating, and you can use API, so you can call it from your scripts, from Gemini, CLI, and so on. Okay? The language supported, so we have JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, Go, Java, Rust, and there will be many more languages as this is being actively developed. And finally, a demo, right? So let's see if it works. How it, well, it does work, but what it actually does. So I have this demo recorded, and I will walk you through this, because obviously there is some time that is needed for Jules to think. So we would spend it 2 hours, which no one really wants, because everyone is waiting for pizza. Okay, so what we do, we're adding GitHub repository to Jules. We're giving it permissions. So basically, I created that repository up front. I said I want to use this repository. It's connected. By the way, it's very well described in the documentation. Fairly easy. Even I was able to do that quickly. So I'm sure you guys will be able to do that as well. We have the repository connected. And in this repository, I vibe coded a very sophisticated application. It basically, you will see it comes with 2 buttons, button 1 and button 2. And you can click on each of those buttons, and it will tell you which button you click. I'm very proud of that application, one of the most sophisticated I ever created. And it works. The first time, one shot, it worked. But now, things are getting serious because I want new features. So I want to add stuff to it. So what will be the first feature I want to add? I want to change the color to yellow of the background. So I'll just tell Jules, directly here. It already has access to my repository on GitHub itself. It knows all the files. So please change it to yellow. Change the background to yellow, and it starts thinking. Yeah, it's building the first time. It's building actually the virtual machine that I was telling you. So it's starting a little bit longer, and it's creating a plan. Yeah, and I can approve the plan, disapprove the plan. So it's already saying, I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but I read it to you. It will change the background property to black, but also what's there? Oh, okay. It's gonna also change the color of the font, because I didn't think about, I had a white font. If I create a yellow background, then no one can see anything on it, right? So it's actually thinking, you have a minion that also has its own opinion on things. So I can either like it or don't like it. I think it's a good idea. So I like the plan, then I click, I will approve the plan. Okay, and now it's time for a coffee for me. So Jules can start working on the modifications. I can watch my favorite movies on Netflix or whatever you guys do in your free time. In this time, Jules is working on that code. So you can see it identified the files, and in the same place it's showing me what's the difference. So the change is minor. It's changing the background color and the color to black to make this more readable. So the first file that it changed is, I guess it's looking at other files as well. Okay, it finished. So now this has changed, Jules has changed the code, and I can just publish it to GitHub. Okay, and directly from here I can already view the repository. You see that there will be this change in the branch that was created. You also name the branch according to what has been changed. I like it. I'm gonna go and just create a pull request, write myself a simple description of that, and I will just commit that code. Okay. You see already also there are comments being added by Jules as a bot, so it has access also to commenting the code, adding descriptions, etc. Okay, I'll just pull this code back to my laptop and see whether it worked or not. Yeah, we see the code change, the one that I pulled. We're just going to refresh this application. And we have the color change. And so something very simple that it can do, you could do the same thing with LLM, right? I could paste this code in, but I have multiple files, yeah? So it needs to understand multiple files. In the meantime, Jules can do it, just read it from my laptop directly. Okay, now let's try to do something more interesting. What is the most important features in the application? Who knows? Dark mode. Yeah? Without dark mode, the application has no adoption. So I need a button to change from light mode to dark mode. So I'm going to do that. I also want this setting to be saved somewhere in a file. So yeah, let's do that. Yeah? Hopefully I will get some monetization of my application now, the clicker. So I'm asking Jules directly in this conversation already, so it has done some work. I can just continue in the same session to ask it to create this dark mode button for me. So I've given it instruction. Jules is thinking, so I guess it doesn't like something that I said. Maybe I didn't give it a good instruction. So let's wait what it comes with. Come on, Jules. Okay. Okay, so it occurs it has some questions because my prompt is pretty poor. So it's actually asking me what should be the color when the user visits the website for the first time. Do you want some icons or text in the button, and what sort of configuration file you want? I should have probably given it the first time when I was asking for that change, yeah? So it's a good reason to work on your prompting. So I'm just answering. I want the dark mode, I want a nice emoji, and I want to have the configuration file in JSON .config file. Okay? So now Jules has all the answers. I speed it up a little bit as it was thinking, developing the code. So again, it seems like we have a minion, but it also can do a little bit more. So it is analyzing what I'm asking for, giving feedback and asking for details. Okay? So the code is being developed. You can see already it created a configuration file. You can see what sort of files have been changed. So it's like really good when the commit will be made. So my colleagues will understand what sort of changes I have done here. You can see it all on the screen. If you didn't like it, you could also, give feedback once it has the plan. You can give feedback and say like, I don't like the plan. Okay? I see already any file that is being changed by Jules. You already have the div displayed. You can change the file and you see exactly. You don't need to browse it. You directly see in Jules console what the changes are. Okay, so we have multiple files. It's good that it allows me to digest things because it's also changing other files, but any file it changes is already displayed on the screen. Okay, we have multiple files. I kind of like it, what it has done. It's also describing, it changed the light mode, dark mode. It gave me some nice icon of the moon and the sun. Looks fine to me. Let's publish this branch. And we will see what the result is. Okay, nice. I don't even need to add the description. I will create a pull request. As I like the changes, I will already merge it. And let's see the result. We'll pull the application back to my laptop. And as we are committing this code with every change, we have the full record of what has been changed, everything stored in the GitHub. Okay, we refresh it. We see there is a button, light mode, dark mode. Okay. Okay, if you like it, a little bit of applause, please. You don't need to do this, yeah? Only if you like it. I'm aware it's not something very sophisticated change, but that we have done. But it actually shows you the power of, getting rid of all the tasks that you don't want to do, committing code, reviewing it yourself. You have like a one team, virtual team. Okay, now let's do last change. I want actually an image to be added to my application. So I'll just stop it. So what we will do right now, because I was talking to Jules through that UI, right? But usually when you create new features, new stories, you are either using Jira, Atlassian, or you're using GitHub issues and so on. So if you have an API, in Jules you can use this API, you can create webhooks and so on. But I'll just show you, now I'm not going to talk to Jules, I'm just going to create an issue in GitHub. So I want to add this picture that I found, that I have found on internet, and I use that for before in the conference in Cyprus. So I find a picture of Cyprus, and I just said like labeled it Jules. So let's see if Jules can actually pick it up. Does it read GitHub? So issue created, it's labeled with Jules, and now you see Jules is on it. No? How fast does your team pick up task from Jira? Yeah? For sure not in 5 seconds. Okay? Jules is on it, so I can relax, or I can go to Jules console and see what it's actually doing. So okay, you decided to download the image, modify the HTML file, change something in CSS, and some other steps, right? So it's basically, I'm approving the plan because I don't even know what it's doing, so I decided just to approve it. So basically the plan is approved and it starts working. Yeah? Hopefully I'm going to get the result I want. Okay? So the picture is downloaded. This actually shows a mosque in Cyprus. I just decided I'm going to use this picture because I'm not sure how many of you have been to DevFest Cyprus this year? Yeah? Really? Really? Well, again, I wasn't expecting that. God damn it. Yeah? Really? You've been to Cyprus DevFest? Oh, nice. I'll talk later on. Okay, so I decided just to use this picture because I thought no one was in Cyprus this year, so I'm just thought I'm going to reuse it. But you know, I'm already surprised by so many things today. So just coming back to this, it has actually, it's working on the change, it created some tests, some of the test fails, so it's fixing it, and finally we're waiting for the code. So this time, I actually must confess something. The previous changes that I was showing you, it was in the beta version, because I wanted to show you how fast it's changed. So now, this is actually doing many more things. It's doing the end-to-end to test, and it's actually going to create the pull request itself. So I don't even need to go there and create the pull request this time. Okay, so it has created the files it wanted, I think. All the steps are completed, so we soon should see the pull request. So it, as you remember, it was saying like you can push that code to GitHub, but now it's created the pull request itself. Okay, and now I look at the code and I decided I want welcome to Cyprus title in there, because I changed my mind. Yeah, I want more, so I can do it. I don't even need to talk to Jules. I just put it in the comment, and Jules already looks at that comment and start implementing it. Yeah, so you will see like the icon of 2 eyes, and Jules is saying it again on it, and you see it started working on implementing that change that I wanted. Okay? So what you're going to see here as well is that Jules is doing this reflection of what it has done. So it will actually, once it develops the code, it's looking at the code, reviewing it, and seeing whether it likes the code. So again, you probably can't see it, but it's saying like it didn't like something in the CSS file, something got duplicated. And this happens very often. I don't know if you have this experience with LLMs, but the poorer the prompt you give to it, the more problems you get, right? So my prompts weren't great. They were not very specific, so the more specific you get, probably the better result you have. But fortunately, it has this critics. It found that it has this issue that it doesn't like, and it's going to fix it itself. Okay, so just to summarize, we submitted the new request through GitHub issues. I was also able to comment on that. It picked up the comment, it fixed it, it criticized itself, and now it's creating the final pull request. So we were happy with the pull request. I'm pulling the application again, and we have the final result. Yeah? And this was done in 15 minutes. and also the previous features of changing the background also work. Okay? Okay, so that's what I really wanted to show you today of how Jules works. We had the demo. I'm not sure if we're going to have time for QA. Yes? Okay. One thing that I want to leave you with, and I couldn't change this presentation, but I have this thought today. So, you know who Sarah Connor is, right? So, you can actually decide, right? If you want to be Sarah Connor and you want to fight AI, you want to build everything yourself, or you want to be the master of the minions, right? This is going to change. The way how we develop code is going to change, so you need to embrace it, right? The code will not be ideal. Today, it's a lot of hallucinations happening, right? The prompt engineering is very important. The context engineering is very important. But I think the skill that you all need to work on is how you can leverage AI and how you can embrace those tools, right? And I encourage you to be very lazy and start going one step farther, right? And instead of just using ChatGPT or Gemini Advanced, just start using those tools that will save you not only the code part, but also all the toil that you have on pushing the code, reviewing the code, and so on. Okay, I'll leave you with that thought. I do honestly feel excited, but also a little bit scary. How this is going to develop. But I hope you like it, and I'm open for questions, guys. I'm going to stay here as well later, so if you want to grab a coffee, I'm here. Okay, cool.
Is it possible to add some markdown file for instructions for Jules so that each prompt can use the instructions?
I think if you, honestly, I haven't tried that, but I think you can add a markdown file. I think if you add agents, was it Gemini MD that you add, or agent MD?
There is new open standard called Agents MD.
MD, yeah.
That was moved to CNCF, and every tool currently is aware of that. So here is golden standard that you can put on top of your agents and any IDs, agentic IDs.
You just need to have the file in your repository, right? And every time Jules will refer to it.
In general, that file needs to be accessible. So yeah, short term it needs to be in the repository, but if you're using GitHub Enterprise or whatever, you can define it at a higher level. If you are using Gemini Enterprise, you can define it also on the GCP console. But yeah.
And one more question. I noticed you used public repository, but can you also use a private one with Jules?
I don't think there is any problem with that. Yeah, it was just for the purpose of the presentation. Probably lots of stuff that I've been showing you shouldn't be doing. It's not a good practice. But, you know, it's just for the sake of showing the capability. So, yeah, I think this enterprise, this is important. Yeah, I should have said that. Don't do this at home. Yeah? So. Sorry, the gentleman there had a question. So
you said before, like Jules development progresses so quickly. So I'm guessing this is because they use Jules to improve itself. You know?
I don't know. Maybe they should bring their own. They are saying I don't know. Maybe you can help me, Eric. But I know that Google is saying a lot about how much of the code is now being developed using AI. I think it's. Yeah, maybe we just talk about this over the coffee. I think it's marketing, a lot of marketing, but I'm sure the processes are being updated. Yeah? So, we are, with Jarek, we work together. We have a number of developers that work on public cloud services, and we are introducing this. And this works. There's always, people are not happy with it because, coders like to code, right? But this is going to change. Yeah? This is going to change. The way how you code is going to change. You will have more of an architectural, analytic work than development itself. So I know that they're using it for sure. Okay.
Okay, so question, because we probably have experience, what are the limitations of this tool and how does it go with larger projects? For example, the industrial ones, is it useful for industry?
You know, it's like with agents. The more, I think that those are the limitations of the tool itself, right? So depending on the plan you have, you can run. If you have a free version, you can use 15 tasks. You have free concurrent tasks running, right? And the model it has been updated like a week ago. It's Gemini 3 already, right? So you have those limitations. When it comes, you know, to how complex application you have, how much it can analyze, I would say you need to chunk it, right? It's like microservices. The more, like the biggest context you give it, right? And the more freedom you give it, Jules is actually not different from Gemini, from the model it uses, right? So it can criticize, it can review the code, but it's still up to the model actually, right? Whether the model is smart enough to do this task. And Jules, I don't think there is a way of using different model than Gemini, right? So you're using Claude, you can't use Claude, or GPT, right? You can't just choose. Maybe they will do it because I see there is at least Microsoft is tempted to be multi-model, right? They don't want just you to use GPT because they don't have their own model, well, like a very well adopted model, right? They're using GPT, right, from OpenAI, but they don't have their own model. So I think this will be what we see, the trend, at least at Ignite Microsoft. They were showing that they have a lot of tools that you can use with different models. It's like, it was multi-cloud era, now it's multi-LLM era, yeah, what we have.
Maybe you have any comparison to other models, because I was using Amazon Q Developer lately, and it works quite okay, it can do many tasks, but you know, when switching to tools, it's good to have some differences. Do you have any comparison between using
but the
different
Q is using, what it has in the back, Anthropic, right?
It has Claude.
Oh, yeah. So it's about the model, right? I think it's going to be Claude, right? Whatever, I don't know what Q uses right now, because Q is something a little bit similar to this, right? I haven't been using Q, so keeping it short. So we have people, I think we are standardizing a little bit on Claude for, I have a feedback that Claude from developers, yeah? They really like Claude. We are using we are actually using GitHub Copilot a lot, ourselves as well. And that's where you can choose the model. So I think it depends on the purpose really, right? I do actually, honestly, I have 3 models open every time and just testing it. And you know, it's up to the context and prompt very often, right? I have a feeling, my feeling is that sometimes with GPT I can get the answer. It's like you don't need to work so much on the context. It understands it a little bit better. But I think it's also personal feeling. Yeah? Depends on the application, depends on the purpose. So I wouldn't say like I will be using the one model forever. Yeah? It's my favorite one. I'll always be using this one. Okay.
Okay, last question.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, have you tried the Google anti-gravity ID?
Yeah, I started playing with it. I don't have a big experience. I think what they have done it a little bit smart. I think they got the guys from Windsurf, right? And so it's not something that they completely developed from scratch. They needed to have their own IDE. So I played it with not enough that I can tell you, you know, how good it is, but I think it will be really good. What I know, and what you need to take into account, that Google has the whole ecosystem, is trying to have the full ecosystem. They have TPUs, so they have the hardware, right? They have their own LLM, and they have their own software. Yeah, they have their own browser. Now they have their own IDE. So you can expect that this will be very well integrated, right? If you're in a Google ecosystem, you have everything from end to end. And I think like a year ago, everyone was saying like Google is failing in the AI race, yeah? Because we had OpenAI, everyone was using ChatGPT. I think this is going to change. This is why Zuckerberg got his LLM model. Why did he want to have his own model? Because he didn't have the operating system in the past, so he decided, no, I need to have an LLM model of myself, I can use it, so I have the ecosystem. And this is what Google is doing. So when I think about anti-gravity is that it's going to be very well integrated, and you can see that they're adding features like crazy, like with Jules, and you will have very good integration with all the Google ecosystem tools, application models, and so on. I'm sure this didn't answer your question.
On one side, but the reason why I asked the question is, are they not the same thing like Jules and anti-gravity? Like, is it not
It's a little bit different.
Here you've got asynchronous agent that you're delegating the work
Exactly.
to. Anti-gravity is still running on your laptop. It's doing things on your laptop, so it's agentic IDE. It's not asynchronous, it's doing the work itself, but here you've got asynchronous agent delegated work. In anti-gravity is the agentic IDE, new Visual Studio Code that where you play with it completely in different way.
Yeah, so the flow is different. You delegate the work, you go for a coffee.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Maybe actually one more quick question from my side that I think of, because you also show how we can create these issues and then Joel's picking up these issues. So for example, what if some, let's say, not nice developer will put some malicious instructions inside this issue?
You have PRs.
No,
Yeah, you have it, but you know, it can still create some code, or maybe how much access to the code base Jules has. Can he delete, remove branches?
It has the access that you gives it. So
Okay.
it can create, it reads the code, it can do PRs, right?
So
So
you
it
can
can
be
change any code. So obviously. We were laughing at now MCP. MCP is so famous. Who knows what the MCP is? Yeah. So who knows what API is? Okay. So MCP is like API, but for agents. To simplify this, yeah. And we say that in MCP, S stands for security. If you get the joke, yeah. So the security is not embedded into those tools. You need to put guardrails on it, right? You know, you can do LLM injections. All this stuff applies, right? It's not coming with security by design. And always, people are the weakest point of all this. Yeah?
Maybe to fill the gap, in Amazon Developer, for example, in our company, there is a configuration where we added the links to the strictly security rules, and Amazon analyzes all of them. When he does anything, he analyzes also if the code is secure. So I suppose this is the same. You put information in the file, and he analyzes if there is any issue, and he gives you the information which you can then ask him to change and do the stuff. Yeah?
You are not moving your entire SDLC to Joule. You are delegating only part of the work. If your SDLC is weak, sorry, but it will not accelerate you, right? So if you don't have proper branching strategy, proper control over that, and is going to production to the next stages, that will just empower
you can think it's a developer, but a virtual developer, right? So it gets the data, it uses the data, it's probably less lazy because it will read through the data, read the manual, but it's still everything related to security, misuse applies.
Okay, thanks, congrats. Great presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for the congrats.
Okay, now we have. Now we have quick, like 5 minutes break, and we'll go back to another presentation by Jarek. Okay, thanks.
you to get that answer. Okay. We can generate infographics, I already mentioned, so I will try to show you how we can do so. Let's say, in what language we should do so? We have got any English? Let's stay with English, okay. So there is a orientation, so how the infographic will look like, and here you've got some capabilities to modify it. So you can state, okay, focus on the particular element only. It's auto-generated by NaNoBanana, and to not fool you, it can make some mistakes in area of spelling. So letters sometimes are not good enough. It's not always, but it's happening. So okay, let me generate something here. So you will see how fast it's working, more or less. We can generate, for example, the mind maps, and I already generated one for my API. It's Salesforce API. So what it's doing, it's collecting it together, at the end allowing me to go to the particular element of API and getting the answer from all in that branches. So if you are using mind maps, it can be useful for you as well. Okay. Do you know what ADR is? Architectural Decision Record. You know, you don't know. So let's check. Maybe it's no. What ADR is? Have no clue. Very well known term in software engineering. And models that is very smart states I don't know. I've got some prepared prompt.
But how does it know what it stands for? It gave you the full name based on the model.
Because it knows your context, right? So it was capable from his knowledge, internal knowledge, to figure out that you're probably asking about architecture decision records. And here we've got 50-50. Sometimes it will state it's architecture decision record, sometimes it just will state I don't know what ADR is. It's model, still, it has freedom. It's possible that when I ask about security policy, from the day one, the model will answer, it's in that document that is located in that place. This time, it decided that it will provide me info that it's in the particular document, but not give me the answer where that document is stored. Okay, so I've got here, I think, quite nice prompt where what is also important for you. Till now, it's also aware the memory, what we were talking about. If you want to start talking with it from fresh, you need to refresh it, and then the current memory will disappear. We can do so. So, okay, I've got two sources already defined. I've got also small chat demo. That demo is the conversation of few people on a call that was done in Polish. So you see the sources are in Polish, but I'm talking with my model in English. So all details will be done in English. There were some decisions already made, and I would like to have them included into my ADRs. So let's ask the model to prepare for me the architecture of the ADRs, follow the particular requirements that I've got. When it's happening, let's check if something changed. Let's check if something changed already here. Well, it's already done. Okay. So it's prepared for me the decision records, right? With the data where they are based on and so on. I can ask it to change the format or whatever, but this time I would like to save it as a node. So I'm pushing it directly to the nodes out here. And as I've got already node, I would like to have that node as a part of my sources. Because let's say I haven't reviewed it right now, but I reviewed it, I modified it, and I said, okay, it's good enough. It's ADR that I would like to play with. So let's convert it to the source. And now my ADR, so some new content that was generated from my data, became my new data. Okay. So at the last one, Konrad mentioned about poor prompts, about Jira, GitHub issues, and so on. So I prepared it well during his presentation. So I've got ADRs, I've got the decisions, business decisions, I've got information from my internal security compliance, and now I need to deliver something. So come on, developers, let's create the stories, let's do the planning, let's have a 1 week of fun. Or, okay, you've got data. Prepare for me all the stories. I will put them later on into Jira or GitHub or whatever. There are no MCP integrations here yet. But I will get it. I will chunk it into the smaller pieces in use of my other tools and ask my agents to develop it. That would take another hour of my session, so I hope I'm not planning to do so. But you can see it's divided into quite nice elements and so on. As it's still going here, I will show you the last thing. Let's try that one. Sometimes it's taking a little bit longer, so that's why I decided to pre-generate something for you. Based on my data, you need to show what you are working on. My management is astonished. Whoa, God, dude, you've got everything there, right? And why those informations are there? Because, for example, that element is coming from the call. They were talking about that. The middle element is from the requirements of the documentation. There will be typos, probably. You can check it. But I asked to generate very detailed one. When the models will be better, probably the spelling will be better as well. Here, quote, yeah, here ChatGPT was better in drawing the words than Gemini. But Nano Banana is awesome, still, I think so. What will happen when you will generate it through Notebook LM, it will add the Notebook LM element out there. Okay.
This is an image. Can you edit the text on this image?
No. No, it's an image, you can download it, right? So you can download it and so on. I think I haven't generated any slide deck because, for example, if you will generate a slide deck and you've got in free plan 1 slide deck per day, viewer, you will be capable to show that slide deck here in the slideshow or download it but as PDF. When you will look into social media, there are massive amount of those infographics already that people are putting in IT world, and they are all generated out there from the Notebook LM. They are just removing the logo of Notebook LM in most cases. Okay. I think that was more or less all what I was willing to show you during my demo. Now I'm happy to answer all tough questions. Okay, start.
I have a question about how is it technically implemented? I mean, are those documents like RAG in runtime, maybe? Or maybe the underlying LLM is like quickly fine-tuned upon upload? Or something like this?
So I don't have technical info because I'm not Google.
Right.
What I can answer, what I can say. Initially, there was no Gemini model here. So that product in the lab was created to help you in research and learning. In Gemini 2.0 or 2.5, I don't remember correctly, they injected that model into that one, into 2.5, so the capabilities appear. But underlying RAG is optimized for research and learning.
Okay.
Details, I have no clue.
Okay, cool. Actually, I have a second question. Do you know maybe of if this is appropriate tool for a use case such as, let's say I have thousands or maybe even dozens of thousands of log entries from production, from informatics system? Can I like just copy paste huge TXT file and just say analyze my application and tell me what's wrong?
What you want to find here? I can do the next session about that.
All right.
That search mechanism is based on embeddings and on the vector search.
All right.
What does that mean? That if you are looking for similar logs, it will help you.
Right.
But if you the nicest example that I got is that if in your logs there are the event codes that are always different, and it's just random string of numbers and letters, it will be divided somewhere. And if you are looking for that particular event in such implementation, it will be hard to find it, because that event is random. It's not real world. So you will not find the similarities to something that is random in the good quality. Then I would step into custom implementation with the hybrid search, but I would also introduce things like searching based on filters and so on. So that's more standard semantic search.
All right. So not only semantic search, but also like symbolic search.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
So when you are, it's nice for preparations and so on for humans. It's a little bit more challenging when you want to use it as a debugger tool, because then indeed I would go more for agentic IDE, where I will give access if that logs and tools are coming from, I don't know, Dynatrace. I'm not working for Dynatrace. I know that they've got MCPs to tell that. Then probably it will be better for me to not search for that data in RAC, but to go to the Dynatrace and do the searches outside there, give me the answer, and then validate if that's the right one. Next question was somewhere there.
Yes, in the tool like this, MCP server integration seems natural. Do you know why it's not there?
They decided to record. I don't know. We can take a couple as well. There is API also available, but it's not publicly available.
One question about the performance. I put the simple thing in this notebook LLM, like summarizing the video, and this never went up. Every time there's new feature to like summarize it.
So the performance depends. That's why I pre-generated, for example, infographics. Usually it took 15 seconds, sometimes 2 minutes, sometimes 5 minutes. For videos, I use it for videos up to 150 megs. It was quite good, but it took sometimes around 15 minutes to get through it. I've never tried bigger. You know, for YouTube it's easy, because in YouTube it's not really analyzing the video, it's analyzing the transcript. For real video, it needs to generate transcript up front, so that's why it is a very new feature indeed.
So how does it deal with non-text sources? Does it work?
Gemini 2.5, yes, it's working. Why? Because Gemini 2.5 is multimodal, so it's capable to understand voice. That demo in voice demo that I put there, it's again transcripted it, because Gemini is capable to understand it. Now it's also capable, so in the past it was also capable to understand video, now they injected it here. For PDFs, initially it was quite hard, because it was only able to properly OCR PDFs that were in proper PDF format. So when you've got, for example, screens pasted into PDF, it was not capable to understand it. But if you got screens pasted in your Google Slides, it was perfectly going through that from the beginning. I was showing that to the children in the high school how it's, for example, capable to check in your presentation, I don't know, how many snowballs are out there or whatever. So it's capable to understand it, and when they will inject here Gemini 3, I think it will be even more powerful. And it's coming. It's really coming very, very soon. Any more questions? If no,
Yes, so do you use this in daily basis, the notebook
Yes.
for your work?
yes, yes. So what sometimes I'm doing, because in that notebook LM you've got also some kind the option to type the topic, and it will search for the sources in the internet. It will inject those sources and so on. Sometimes when I've got idea, it's something in my head, but I don't have time to properly record it, I'm putting it to the notebook, and then I'm coming back to it. Today when I was driving to Łódź, I've got one idea. I put it into standard gemini.google.com, it generates doc for me. I put that doc here, ask to generate the audio overview for me. Why I've done it in that way? Because usually, I don't know if Gemini, in standard Gemini I can change language, but in standard Gemini I'm always getting it in English, and this time it was quite new for me and hard to understand, so I was preferring to generate it in Polish.
Alright, so this discussion which you mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, that was also in the notebook LLM, that's the conversation about talking to the points which you put in.
Yes. Yes. But I verified the sources, so that's important for me. Okay, guys. If you have anyone ever been in Bydgoszcz? Okay. Nice place, believe me. For others, it's the place that looks best on the March 11th. Really. We are running third edition of South Poland. Agenda will come. Tickets will come. If you cannot afford ticket, text me. We'll do something with that. They are quite cheap. On that, I would like to thank you very much. I hope it was informative for you, and I hope it will change something in your daily work and activities. Thank you.
Okay, thanks Jarosław one more time. Big applause, great presentation. Now we'll have a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back with the presentation about the Rust by David Kulak.
To jest bardzo podobne wyrażenie do tego, tylko skala trochę jest większa, nie? Tak działa. Nie wiem jak to...
Ściągamy ludzi, jakby, myślę, że bardzo faktycznie. Rozumiem, że jest tutaj, nie tak jak my. No staramy się, żeby poziom był bardzo, bardzo wysoki, tak?
Powiem, że jaram się. Znaczy my tam...
Oprócz menadżerów, którzy byli na pierwszej edycji, było zbyt technicznie, to na razie chyba większość feedback był pozytywny. Ale nie ta pierwsza edycja była największa, najwięcej ludzi nam się tego nam się przydało miesiące. Ale część menadżerów, którzy przyszli, nie wiedzieli,
A to jeszcze
Sale for innovation. Gdzie jest sale?
No bo Łódź.
A gdzie jest żagiel?
No, w naszej łódzkiej Łódzi nie ma żaka. A w sumie to jest efekt, który coś ci daje.
Co są narysowane? Dobra, dzięki wielkie.
Dzięki kondensatorze. Dzięki
Zapraszamy.
Organizatorem też.
Dobrze. Szymon!
Weź trochę bliżej, żeby też było go widać.
Dobra. Ciebie. A teraz nie zasłania tutaj?
No, tam trochę zasłania, ale żeby...
Chodź. Nic się nie stanie.
Strasznie pochować.
No chodź tu bliżej.
To zasłania napis.
No to...
Chodź tutaj.
Niektórzy mają plakietki obrócone.
No bo to jest RODO.
Your ID? ID. Yeah. Dobra.
Dzięki.
Że nie powiedziałem, że jadę po choinkę, nie? Zobaczcie, że jestem na konferencji.
Wszystko da się tłumaczyć. Nie będą mieć.
Dobra, to dzięki jeszcze raz.
Super. Dzięki jeszcze raz. Tak, bardzo bym poprosił, żeby chcę na skała wstawić.
Dzięki chłopakom.
Wygląda. Tutaj nie ma tutaj bardzo. Dobra. A, to ci
Okay, so we are coming back. Photo time is over. Now we'll have a great presentation about Rust. So probably some replacement of C and C++. David will try to convince you. So yeah, stage is yours.
Okay.
I missed yours because I was late.
Hi, my name is David Kulak, and today I will talk about Rust a little bit, how Rust changes the way you think about programming. So, few words about me. I consider myself as a general purpose software engineer. I'm writing mostly code in various languages, from PHP, JavaScript, C, C++, Erlang was for some short period of time. And now I'm kind of Rust enthusiast. Recently I started learning, started like two years ago, learning Rust. Now I kind of write Rust code for production. Also, I'm passionate about European space exploration and engineering programs. And those who follow the European space market know that sometimes it's not easy to keep. And also, because I'm passionate about Rust, I'm passionate about space engineering. I joined a year ago to Aero Rust community, which combines people who like Rust and people who like space, to combine those two areas. And yeah, one more important question: who already code something in Rust? Okay, and who wrote production code and actually goes to the customers, to some system that goes? One person, good. Because you know when you code in Rust, Rust programs you, and I want to show how some things in Rust changes the way you think about your code. So yeah, because Rust has some toolbox. They gave us some tooling, and by tooling I don't mean cargo, formatter, or glibby, because those are third-party tools. Yes, even cargo. Cargo is built by Rust, but it's not essential. You can write Rust code without cargo. And
this is something I'm not going to talk about, because you can say that, hey, in other languages we have static analysis code as well, we have dependency managers as well. So I'm not going to talk about this. I will talk about two main features of Rust toolbox that compiler give us directly, and one is immutability, and the second one is ownership. Those two I want to talk today about. I'm not going to talk about lifetimes and other stuff that Rust give us, because it's more kind of more tricky, and we'll need way more time than 30 minutes to talk about those other tools. So yeah. So let's start with the hello world. As any application, we start new language, we start learning new stuff. We start with hello world. And in Rust, we might consider something like this. Yes, it's not printing hello world, but the idea is that this code won't compile. And it won't compile because in Rust, the first thing is immutability. Immutability is is one of the key concepts. When you start writing, when you write in other languages, you have like everything is changeable by default, and then you have to put a keyword const to change it. In Rust, it's the opposite. In Rust, everything is immutable as long as you don't state the otherwise. So when we try to compile this code, we will get this nice error. And errors in Rust are really nice, especially if you came from C++ compiler, because they tell us what's wrong with what we have, and how we can fix it. So here we can see that we are doing first assignment, and then we have a message: we cannot assign twice to immutable variable. And also Rust is giving us the idea, hey, maybe we would add mute keyword. And this mute keyword we'll have to add anytime we want to mutate something. And yeah, for JavaScript people, I know const, mute, const doesn't mean immutability. It's the other story. But yeah, let's try something different. We have a string. And if we try to add string, we also get some error, because string is immutable. But here we have slightly different errors, because previously we tried to assign new value, and now we are trying to change the current value. And we still cannot do this. It's still immutable, and we cannot just easily change. And the idea of okay. So yeah, the second one is the ownership. And the ownership is key of the Rust, is the foundation of Rust. So if you look at the code, C++ code like this, can anyone spot any problem with this code? What's the problem? Anyone can see what's going on? What will happen?
No return.
Not exactly. The problem is that we'll create 100 copies of our string A. Because compiler in different languages, compilers and interpreters tell us, yeah, okay, you wanted string, I will make it copy, I will clone it, I will make you happy. It will work in C++. In Rust, if we try to do the same thing, it won't compile, it won't work. Because we explicitly created only one string. And Rust won't do this thing for us. If we want a copy, we'll have to make a copy explicitly. If we want to make something different, we have to do this on our own. If we try to compile this code, we'll get this error. And that's kind of long. But what we have in this message, it tells us that, hey, we cannot copy A. Why we cannot copy, that does not implement the copy trait. Why we cannot copy, we'll get to this later. But
but later it tells us, okay, and we are moving, because in the first iteration of this loop, it will give the ownership to our function, and we don't have it. Compiler won't do any copy on its own. We have to do it explicitly. So we have three proposals how we can fix it. So let's think about the first one, but yeah, disclaimer about copy and clone. Because when I told that Rust won't make any explicitly copy on its own, it's kind of true for 99% of cases, but it's not the whole truth. Because in Rust we have copy and clone, and those are two ways of duplicating things. And copy is implicit, and clone we have to call explicitly. And yeah, so now what's the difference between copy and clone? Because, well, we have one variable, we want to duplicate, that sounds like easy. But actually it's not. And copy means that we can take some memory and copy to another place. In every place where we can apply memcopy, we can do copy in Rust as well. So all primitive types like integers, floats, arrays, etc. we can copy by default, and Rust, in this case, Rust will make us happy. Rust will copy those data implicitly. That's the only case. But structs, structs have to be marked with copy thread. So because structs, but structs have to contain all fields copyable, and we have to explicitly put this copy trait to our structs. So Rust won't add this by default. But structs built on all copyable fields, that's quite easy, right? Because it's a still memory array. We can still take some struct, no matter how long it is, how big it is, and we can still copy to another place, and we are perfectly safe. But clone means we have to do something different. We have to do something extra. So like string, we have to allocate memory. For vector, we have to allocate memory. For some atomic reference counter, where we have some synchronization primitives, we have to do something different, like increment some counter. And in those cases, we have to do clone. And Rust will tell us, no, I can do this I can't do this. You have to implement this on your own, and you have to decide when and how you want to use it. So this is a very powerful tool. So let's back to our code. So first code and our errors. So here we have three different suggestions how we can fix it. So first is to borrow instead of owning. So we are not giving away, we are not giving our string to the function, we are just borrowing for a short period of time, for the time of the function. So let's see how it looks. So we have to give a reference, and a function has to accept reference. And that's another important thing. In Rust, reference is a type as well, and we have to add reference symbol to in both places, to call where we want to call it and where we want to define it. So we cannot just stick, okay, so function foobar expects a reference, but we are passing without reference, so compiler will tell, okay, I know what you're trying to do, that's perfectly fine. No, it's not how it's done in Rust. In Rust, it has to be in both places, so everything is consistent. So one borrow. The other idea, which is bad, the first one was good, it kind of worked. But the second one is bad because, well, Rust compiler is not perfect. It won't fix our code. It won't suggest only good suggestions. Sometimes it suggests something that's not going to work. Because if you look into our code, we try to print in foobar. And this suggestion changes the behavior of our code. So following blindly Rust compiler suggestion might be in some cases misleading. And so yeah, so we can skip this. And if you try to do this, yeah, that's kind of print hello, and it will be printed only once because we have only one execution of this function. So not perfect. This last one idea, the third one, ugly, is to use clone. That you can have, but you can clone this element. You can clone this string in every iteration of the loop, which kind of makes sense, but kind of because well, it will work, but we have to make it explicitly. Rust won't clone our string implicitly without our knowledge because it decided that it's too complicated. It's not gonna. It's complicated. It might not work as you want. You might lose some memory. So just no. But if you want to, yeah, just put a clone and you will be happy. So we can do like this, and it will behave exactly.
That will be the behavior that you get by default in C++.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yes, exactly. So this is the exact version of C++ code where we are making 100 copies of the given string. So owners, so yeah. But there is, but in C++, someone might say, hey, you can do the same thing in C++. In C++, you can have unique ownership. You can create unique pointer to the string, and you will be fine. So who knows what will be the result of compiling of this code? Will this code compile or not?
No, it will, because the compiler will complain that the copying operator is not implemented as far as I recall.
This is string.
Any idea with who think it will compile? Yes, so actually code will compile. This C++ will allow you to do. However, code, your application will crash in the second iteration. Because the check will be done in the runtime, not in the compile time. So it's kind of the ownership can be done in C++, but our code might crash in different places. But hey, on the other hand, the code crash is still better than working on the bad state, on invalid state. So it's whatever is better. But there's another way of working with this, and this is because if you think about ownership, it's something that we own. So if we own this and we give it to the function can give it back to us because the variables are like things in Rust. So we are giving the string here, then we are doing something, and the function explicitly returns the string. So here we have still just one single object, and that's it. There is no copy, no cloning, no borrowing, and still the foobar function can do a lot of weird stuff with the string. But here is just printing and returning it. And you might think that that's kind of weird, and there is no usage for this, or maybe someone sees some usage for just giving something to the function and returning back. No? Okay. So yeah. So I would like to, so I will show you something more about it. But yeah, let's see ownership in the wild, how it's actually used and where it's beneficial. So you know what it is, at least I guess most of you already recognize it. Yeah? This is a classic Raspberry Pi Pico. And working with embedded means that we are working with device. We are working with something hardware. So we have like limited number of GPIO, we cannot create anymore in the software. We can just handle them, we can just deal with them. So if we map our GPIO to
to some variables, to some structs, it might be actually a good thing, because compiler won't allow us to do anything bad with this, and it will force us to use it only in one place at one time. So let's say here we have some struct GPIO1, let's say, and we have two devices that are using this GPIO, a full device and part device. So if we try to create, like here, full device and part device, the question is, will it compile? It won't compile, because we are giving ownership to full device of pin, and now this full device controls this pin, and we cannot interact other than via full device. So if we try to create a second device with this pin, we are not allowed to do this. And compiler will tell us, hey, you are doing this, you are using this pin in two places. It's not going to work. So for embedded software, it's actually a great thing. I kind of use it a lot as well. But someone might say, hey, but there is a borrow. So there definitely have to be mutable borrow, right? Right. We can borrow in a mutable way. But there are some rules in Rust how to borrow. So we can have, at one time, we can have multiple read-only references. So we can borrow read-only as many times as we want. Or we can have one mutable reference. So only in one place in code at the moment we can change the value. And what is more important is exclusive OR. We can have one or the second, but we cannot have something borrowed once for changes and the value we can have only in one place to change, but we cannot have but we cannot read in multiple places. So yeah. So here comes the fourth way that I've been talking, this giving ownership back. So we can actually make our function to return this pin, to return control of this GPIO. So here we are giving the full device our pin, then we are releasing it.
Is there a laser pointer so we could show the exact place?
No, I can show like this. Yeah, the important part is the lower part, so I can reach here. So again, here we are releasing our pin. So we are giving pin back. We are giving ownership back. And then we can use it again in our part device. So here we can juggle.
Can we use this let keyword twice, like let p, then again let p?
Yes, this is possible. But there is something maybe not that embedded, but let's say application state. So when we talk about application state, again, we want to have only one application state. We want to have only one app state at a time. Because, well, if we are working with application, we don't want to work with, we don't want to have actually multiple status, app state, because we don't know, we might lose which and what we are doing. Our application might be in an invalid state. So we want to only have one, and we want to have full control how and when it's changes. So for people who are writing in JavaScript, who are using Redux, this is actually basically really close to the Redux. Single state, and this Redux decides, the Redux store decides how it's manipulated. So the same won't here, and because of this ownership, Rust will guarantee that we will have only one application state. We will have as many application states as we create explicitly. So if we won't create any additional states, we won't mix them up. Rust won't do anything under the hood, won't clone, won't copy, won't do anything shady. So we are perfectly safe with the ownership. So yeah, but we want to somehow make sure that we are working with our state in a safe way. We want to make sure that in a multi-threaded environment, we'll have only one state, we will have access to it when we want. So we are creating some guards. So we are creating some mutexes, so we are creating some arc. And this mutex now, and our state contains mutex. So mutex controls our data, we are controlling, and we are controlling our state. So basically, we are passing control to the object, and the only way to control is via this object, which is the core of ownership. But there is one thing, because the ownership, I talked about ownership, that one thing that we can guarantee, that compiler won't do anything shady, won't create any additional copy. But what if you want to have, let's say, ownership of primitive? Because the numbers will be copied. Compiler will copy our number all over the place, will copy our arrays all over the place, will copy our everything what can be copied, it will copy on its own. So how we can guard against it? And the solution is to create some wrapper, and now because we have our own struct, we have our own action counter, now we define what can be done with this. And this struct is a single field struct. I think it's one of the Rust things, that rich typing system that is based on its own, help us to guard against those primitives, against values. So yeah, basically this ownership is really powerful, and when I'm talking about it, for me it's natural. There is one colleague who wrote code in Rust. So is the ownership natural or okay? Never mind. No, because you mentioned that you've been writing in Rust, right?
Yeah.
So do ownership thinking change something in your way of thinking about code when you? And so yeah, so this ownership makes it's a concept, and it's a foundation of Rust. And when I'm talking about it, it's natural, but it will become natural if you write a few hundred lines when you fix 100 errors, compilers like this. And yeah, Rust is great, but do not rewrite word to Rust just because it will create a hell of a problems. So just know. And yeah, so this is how it's. Yeah, so now part of the questions about Rust.
So it is getting more and more popular, and C++ and C is getting less and less popular?
I hope no, because I've seen projects, especially one company that's responsible for one Linux distribution, but I don't want to talk about Canonical too much. And they decided to use Rust implementations of core utils and sudo, and it was a disaster because they use utils that haven't been even fully implemented, and they use it in the production Ubuntu 25.04. So I hope it won't replace that fast, at least.
Thank you.
So maybe the solution is not just not to rewrite things to Rust, but use your brains when you rewrite stuff to Rust, and start from bottom up, not top down.
Yeah. Well, that's always about programming, but managers decided that hey, there is this new language Rust. Rust is memory safe, which is kind of true, but not fully, because you can write memory leaks in safe Rust code. There's a project called CDRS, And yes, it's shown how to code bugs in Rust explicitly.
Okay, thank you for the presentation for us. Just my question, maybe I partially answered it, but I just want to know, do you think like this Rust will replace fully like Fortran and C++? If not, where does like the feature Rust can we apply, like especially in the implementation of embedded system?
Well, Rust won't replace because we already have a lot of code base in C and C++. So replacing this just because Rust is better, it's not going to work, and we still have to maintain. So C and C++ code will exist, will still be dependent on this, and we still have to write because sometimes you want to write some new modules, some new features to code in C and C++ that already is. But for greenfield project, when we can start from scratch, Rust might be a good replacement. However, there is a problem with people knowing how to program in Rust. Because when you have a company and you have like 50 people knowing C and C++ and switching to Rust because, hey, Rust is great, it's not going to work. Because those people don't know Rust, the company will have to hire new Rust developers. So those people will still code in C and C++ because that's better for the company. And their C++ code will be definitely better than their Rust code. So.
Okay, thank you for making it clear that.
So, tell me, how do you see, for example, a situation where a company wants to switch to Rust and it was developing all the stuff with C++, which has all the dependencies, and in here we have this moving semantics, which we do have in C++, but it's switched in Rust. Here is this ownership. How do you see this scenario when a company wants to implement Rust? Is it possible to combine those, or they need to rewrite everything from scratch?
Yes, it's possible. Actually, we are doing at least partially in my company, where we are trying to, we are picking like the smallest parts of the code, like pure functions. We can implement them in Rust, generate some bindings, and then we can slowly move it to Rust function by function. We are really using in my company, we are really using it for especially for algorithms like analyzing images, analyzing pixels, data, signals, etc. Like the low-level code, application, low-level code, I would say. And slowly we can build up on top of this more and more and more. This integration can be higher and higher and higher, and at some point, not always true, but at some point it might replace part of the application.
But it's in quite complicated big system, or it's kind of small. I mean, no, the scale of the software supposedly makes the difference, yeah?
I think if you are trying to rewrite your whole application in Rust, your big application from C++ to Rust, it's just waste of resources in my opinion, because you will spend a lot of time trying to solve problems that you actually don't have. But when you start from like writing new feature, start on the side, you have some APIs, some interfaces. Then yes, you can via these interfaces, you can create some communication layer, and you can build something next to it, and this something next to it can replace with over time, can take over this big system. But putting Rust code into C++ code just for the sake of having this code, because it's safe, it won't be safe. In my opinion, it will be a disaster.
Okay, this answers my question. It's good for new features.
One question from my side, because as you said, in general, you have this Rust to be careful about this memory safety parts, ownership, boring, and all their stuff. But we also have this unsafe in Rust. So what's the point of having this unsafe if the main goal of the Rust is stay like memory safe?
So the thing is that our code we write always has some side effects. Even no matter how pure it is, it's always some playing with memory, playing with registers, playing with especially for embedded. When you are working with embedded, you are dealing with raw pointers. And you want to have as little to deal with the raw pointers as possible. And for this reason, we have this unsafe code. So when you are dealing just with this unsafe part that can destroy our board, can put our board in invalid state or something like this, then you want to have it. And this is why we have this unsafe Rust. But this is just, okay, I know what I'm doing. I know that it's dangerous, but I want this a little part. And everything around this will be safe. So Rust will give us, Rust will allow us to do dangerous stuff, but only if we explicitly tell it, yeah, I know what I'm doing, I have to do this, I have to do this side effect on the processor, on the memory. But this is just a small part. That's why we have these unsafe blocks in Rust.
I'm not sure have I fully understand you, but from what you said, I understand that writing the code without this unsafe, so the safe code, can basically break your device.
Once again?
Okay, I don't know how I get your essence fully, but from my understanding what you said, like sometimes you have to use this unsafe to just make stuff work. So yes. By this, I understand like if you write the code like a regular way without using this unsafe, so writing a safe code, you will actually break something. Is it correct?
You might break something if the unsafe code is broken.
No, he said safe
code. No. You're writing only safe code. Yes. Exactly. You're using only safe code. You are not using this unsafe. So then you can also.
But the compiler won't let you compile this code.
Yes.
For some things, when you
with
some
that I guess.
Whatever system or devices, you have to do some operations that by default Rust doesn't allow you to do. So for those.
Okay, so there are some sort of operations in Rust that are basically not possible without writing an unsafe code.
Yes.
Okay. Exactly. Okay, so that
and
now
you
it
can
makes sense.
isolate those and build a safe abstraction layer around this code. You have this code very well tested, very well reviewed. It's encapsulated, and then when you use it, when this small part unsafe, you know it's actually safe. It's marked unsafe, but you can inspect it, and you know.
Trust me.
Yeah. And then when using this, if you don't, you are not. It's not possible to make the mistake around this. Only if this unsafe code is badly written, then you can have some problems.
Okay, great. Thanks for
so this is why we want to put unsafe code as little as possible and only to deal with the most critical parts and make our stuff work. And if this unsafe part is written in a bad way, yes, your safe code might be still crashing.
Okay. Arthur, your question is quick or long?
Just quick question. So, we can assume that if we put the unsafe block in Rust code, it says that we are responsible for making it safe, and everything outside the compiler will ensure that this is safe.
Yes, and also linter, Rust linter, Clippy, will encourage you, because it's just a warning, it will encourage you, hey, you wrote some unsafe code, put a comment why it's unsafe. Why you have to do this unsafe and you cannot do this in a safe way.
Okay, so that's all. Thanks a lot for a great presentation and nice applause. Yeah, actually thanks for resolving my question, because I was always like wondering why do we need this unsafe if like no, the main point of writing is writing this safe code, and now we make it clear for me. Thanks.
If you want to hear more about Rust of catching errors.
Okay, sorry. Now, very quick break, only 5 minutes, and then we start again with the next presentation. So, yeah. In next 5 minutes, please be there, okay?
Dobra, Łukasz,
Ja też. A ja jeszcze tutaj kierownika zapytam.
Jasne.
Tutaj delay jest dosyć duży, bo z tego co widzę, nie? O której tak planujemy skończyć?
Wiesz co, wydaje mi się, że tak czy tak powinniśmy skończyć do 16:30, nie? Znaczy, pójdziemy na networking, ludzie będą gadać i jak po prostu się znudzi, no to skończymy, nie? W ten sposób.
Dobrze.
Po prostu preski się skończą pół godziny później niż zaplanowaliśmy. tutaj na tym ekranie musisz mieć prezentację. No ten znać tylko, że nic mówię, jak się zacznie. No dobrze, nie pójdę na tak ustawia. No to trzeba było... No ja mówię, tylko 5 minutek.
Ale coś cię zatknął. Nie wiem, bo robiliśmy zdjęcia, chciałem się zapytać, czy może z 5 byś podesłał, bo chciałem tam rzucić...
Tak, jasne, nie ma problemu. Podeślemy ci zdjęcia, tylko że dziś późnym wieczorem albo jutro, ok?
No też nie mówię do tego dzisiaj albo jutro, pewnie poniedziałek już wstawię.
No to w takim razie git, bo wiesz, jak ja dzisiaj skończę, będę musiał jeszcze to posprzątać.
No to myślisz, jeszcze sprzątanie, to wszystko.
To wszystko, właśnie, albo Michał, bo pewnie Kinga nie? Tak, no to Michał się szeruje.
Najłatwiej chyba będzie wszystkie, które były dobrze.
Nie mamy nie
pomyślałem, gdzie połączone, to już piękne maile, czy mam się z tą
rzucimy, to możemy to załatwić faktycznie, jak to faktycznie, albo rzucimy po czyli teraz tak bardziej na spokojnie. Właśnie to podlinkujemy. Ale jakby na przykład tego nie było, w sensie taki poniedziałek, jak tego jak potrzebujesz, to napisz albo do nas, albo przez
no ja wszystkich teraz.
No to jak coś, to po prostu podrzucać.
Nie piję, to zjem coś.
Tak jak trochę musiałem, przyszedłem do nas, znaczy, nie wiedziałem gdzie pójść, i siedzę za ławeczce,
no tak.
Potem odszedłem, rozwijamy potem trzeba czasu, potem zaczynamy z projektu. Efekt jest taki, że tak naprawdę się dozamy, nie dzwonimy, nie patrzymy, ja się nie znam, to przyjdziesz.
Co to dziwne gości?
Ja robię z Podlasie. Okej, już sobie tłumaczę Podlasie, co to jest Podlasie? Podlasie to jest ten kontinent, który Rosja jest.
Nie, aż tak bardziej nie wnikam. Mam też znajomych z Podlasia i są raczej okej.
No ale wiesz, już tam jest Podlasia.
Można ją oglądać. No, on jest specyficzny. Jakby ja nie kupuję tego jego...
Prezentacja się już na pamięć. Najpierw chodź, jak była ta prezentacja roczna.
To się skończyło. Zaraz w ogóle zaczniemy wszystko robić. O której nie wiem, co przyjemnego. Wiesz co? No teraz Łukasz będzie miał 30 minut z pytania, no i potem Piotr będzie miał też 30 minut z pytania, nie? Czyli do 15:30 wydaje mi się, że powinniśmy skończyć. Dobrze.
To nie chcesz już wody od razu?
Właśnie się tak zastanawiam, wiesz, powoli mi się wydaje, że jak zaczniemy tę prezentację następną, to możemy w tej salce, do której będą Piotr klucze, możemy po prostu powoli wszystko znosić.
Czyli jak się zacznie?
Przemek, sorry.
Zabierzemy coś jeszcze niż woda, to weźmiemy.
Znaczy pewnie będziemy musieli powoli to przynosić, ale to wiesz, ty możesz tam usiąść, ja tam poproszę Szymona, Michała, ewentualnie jeszcze Maćka zgarniemy i to ogarniemy.
No chyba, że...
Która to jest sala? Ale to... Wiesz co, napisz do Przemka, sorry. Ja wiem, w którym miejscu to jest, ale tak z pamięci ci nie powiem.
No to idziemy na początek po wodę.
On mnie tam zabrał na chwilkę dosłownie, pokazał mi. To jest podobne miejsce, to jest... O, ostatnia, pamiętasz, gdzie skąpiliśmy ławkę? No. To musisz dojść do samego końca tego korytarza i to jest jakby w rogu po lewej stronie. Dobra. Dzisiaj dużo AI. W ogóle mamy prezent.
To już minęło 5 minut, to może będę przywoływał ludzi, co? Minęło 5 minut.
No. Dobra, ja idę zbudować ręczkę. Mogę używać tego rzeczy? Dobra, to popatrz na to. Masz.
Wszystko jest nagrane, potem wszystko ci dam, mogę ci nawet wyciąć twoją część, jak będziesz chciał gdzieś udostępnić. Tam jest kamerka.
Jak chcesz, to się możesz wykadrować jak chcesz. Tutaj masz podgląd.
Okej, to jesteśmy po krótkiej przerwie. Teraz prezentację będzie robił Łukasz Pszak, znowu o AI. Mam nadzieję, że Wam się spodoba. Łukasz jest super deweloperem, ma bardzo dużo doświadczenia, więc zapraszam na ciekawy seans.
Hello. I hope you can hear and see me well. So, as Krzysztof already told, I am old. Older than I look. I'm so old that I remember times when learning programming, we didn't have internet. It was really hard to get good books about it. Most of the books were written by the scientific people, kind of academic way. Sometimes they used different strange translations, and the easiest way was to just observe the source code and, based on this source code, learn. And one thing I remember from the times when I was young is that there were a lot of nice sci-fi series and films. They were telling about the future, about the great future when AI will help us. I'm not saying about the Terminator or elektroniczny morderca, if you know what I'm talking about. And I hope that I will live long enough that these times will come. And if we were now at the organization and management faculty, I would say it is okay. But we are here at the electric, computer and control engineering faculty, so let's cut this bullshit and go with where we are and what are the perspectives. So, our front-end developers at risk. AI is already writing HTML for us. Yeah, that's nice sketchy. It will look good on the LinkedIn. In fact, this title and subtitle was proposed by ChatGPT. I use my AI assistant and only say that here is the conference, I want to talk about this. Give me a catchy phrase which will be good for search engine optimization and social media. And I hope that's catchy enough. But the idea behind it today showing here was to practically show you what AI is capable and what it is not. So, this full presentation, full content and full code is available on the GitHub, was prepared by Cloud Code. I used a prompt which was generated by my AI assistant from the ChatGPT. Yeah. I can see now you are scared that you need to find a different job. Please wait, it will be better. So, this presentation, this content of this presentation was prepared, as I said, by Cloud Code. It was prepared based on the commit history and source files also from this repository. I had one idea. I always have the problem that when I was about to speak at the conference, I need to put a lot about myself. And you know, I'm old, so there is really, really a lot about me. And I never have enough time to build my website, my portfolio. Soon there will be 20 years when I'm trying to do so. And maybe then I will do it. Yeah, so, you know, January is close, so maybe then. But I need a kind of digital card, something like V-card. I know the services like About Me, Card, Trilling, and a lot of more. All of them look nice, but I like them all. In fact, I like parts of them. So, my idea was to create something tailored for myself. Take something from there, from there, from there. And that would be too easy if I would have to do it by myself. It will take about one evening and it will be ready. I'm not saying about the software as a service product, just a simple page about me. Use styling CSS. There are some services where I could find ready components, ready styling, so not a problem. But I don't like easy ways. So I talked with my assistant and we decided that, yes, you know, you can hear it. I'm talking about my AI assistant as a real person. Don't worry, that is because like every good guy in this industry, I have ADHD and OCD. So if you don't have any, you are not diagnosed, or you are diagnosed and don't have any, please change industry because you won't get far without it. Yeah, that's not much. That's what the ChatGPT said to me, so it must be true, right? Okay, so the idea was prepare the digital card for me, about me, what I do, how to contact me, etc. In my imagination, I thought something like at the top there will be my image, name, some catchy tagline, then information about contact, some education, about my company, my role there, and about my publications, some contact form about the events. Yeah, in my head it looked fantastic. And in fact, if I would create it, it would be much better than it is now. The idea here was I used my AI assistant, who is generating prompts for me, and then I use these prompts for doing actual work. Each prompt I used is in the repository. So you can see for conversations with ChatGPT, the ones about content, etc. Whole conversations are also saved in the GitHub repository. It is public, you can see it, you can track it. For part which was done by Cloud Code, I will upload it today or tomorrow because it's harder to extract it there and I need to do some manual formatting. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. I have not much time. Okay. Yeah. So the problem, I didn't have any online business card. Manual networking is inefficient, you know, as a guy with psychic type ENTP. I'm a very big introvert. Yes, I'm talking to you right now, but don't worry. When I end, I will just go to home and stay in my room, door closed. Nobody will mess with me. So manual networking for me is inefficient. In my dream, I had I will talk with some of you, put my phone on your phone, and you will get all the information you need, and I won't need to speak to you. Good. Also, I have some scattered social profiles. In fact, as improper perfectionist, I always started new idea, new social media profile building, and never finish it. So it is in many pieces. So everybody is saying now, if you open any shitty online magazine, you will see that AI is replacing developers. AI will take us jobs. You know, why? When I was young, I dreamed when AI will be, then I will kind of retire and do what I like the most, so called. But I won't need to work for money. Yeah, they are promising, but that doesn't happen. It starts to look like another bubble. I'm old enough to live, to know, to be spectator of many bubbles in the marketing business, and this looks like something else. So my work. Can AI build a production-ready platform? Answer is yes, and answer is no. So it depends. Like everything in IT, it depends. It can, but it depends on how you define AI build. If you define build by AI itself without OPED, no. If we use AI as a tool, which will help do this with us, then yes. Is it possible from scratch to deployment? When I was thinking about this presentation, I was perfectly sure, yes, it is possible. But now I know that every time I was successful, it was only because I put a lot of my work in fixing some things, pointing exactly here, you need to fix here. So, no manual coding. Here, I didn't code manually. In fact, the idea was that this digital card will be put online. I finished at noon today, and there are still 4 steps to do before it can go online, but you will see the screenshots, so maybe it's better than it is not online. Project, single link contact hub. As I said, something like Linktree, bilingual, English and Polish, you know. It's good to network with people in both languages. I'm not good in English, but I'm worse in Polish, so it would be better. Mobile first, C optimized, and many more buzzwords. It's also good for positioning project. So tabs, yeah, it needs to have tabs. If it has tabs, then it is enterprise. If you build anything, remember, if you add tabs, then it is enterprise. So tabs, about me, about my company, some contact form. Do anybody use them these days? Some events with calendar. It would be mostly empty, but maybe. Some publications, not empty, unless you filter last 12 months. Yeah, you know, I have about 9 months to finish my doctorate, so mission impossible. I need Tom Cruise. And production grade standards. This is a nice selling point. So, the process. How it was done? Firstly, information architecture, about project and about this information architecture, how it should be structured, URLs, etc., etc. It was built with help of ChatGPT. 5.2, I used it before I knew that they have released it. Brand and visual identity. Also, used AI here for preparing colors, fonts, some ideas how it should look. And when I look at this document about this visual identity, I know it would be great, you know. Design profile. Based on this brand and visual identity, AI, ChatGPT helped me prepare design profile. So the file called design-profile.json. This nice file which puts everything in JSON. If it is in JSON, then it is technically good, always. So it had the colors, etc. Anything put in this nice readable way. From this design profile, Tailwind theme was prepared. Tailwind 4.2. So it was current standard. And after we have all of that, the only thing we need to do was prepare the HTML prototypes, right? And that's the first point where I was cheating a little bit. I retried 3 times doing the prompt to generate HTML prototypes. And only because I didn't have much more time, I didn't do it many more times. Sometimes AI tools are great in preparing these layouts, HTML prototypes. For example, when I worked on my father's website, all the layout was created by AI, but Claudia, it was, yeah, he likes it, and don't say anything I need to do, so it's okay. But these prototypes, no. And next, some coding. So, repository developer experience setup. Yeah, it worked somehow. Repository was set up, not exactly how the prompt said, but it was. Also, CI workflow was ready. Next point is the architecture. That's the Nest.js plus Astro. I like this technology stack. It has easy entry point, and AI always messes something with it, so this is okay. And here we should have a few more points, but as you can see, AI wasn't smart enough to see that this should be divided into another slide. So let's move on. Okay, every constraints I already said it, but no manual fixes, only prompts. Every change via AI prompt. So little cheating. I manually just sometimes copy and paste file, but didn't modify anything by myself. Follow-up prompts for refinement. In fact, at some point, my primary prompt generated some result. Then I put this result back into my AI assistant and say, you know, this what I get, this the artifact was created, but I don't think it is what we want. Give me prompt that will fix it. So I get another prompt which I copy paste on the work area, I call it that way. And after a few iterations, I get the result. I won't say I was happy, but I will say I wasn't sad about it. So okay. Also, execution logs replaced chat logs. In some point, I stopped putting the conversation as a log of stop putting these chat logs as an execution log, only because it was too hard for me at that moment to copy and paste cloud code conversations. Now I know how to do it, so I will put it there if some of you would like to see. I promise you it will be a lot of laugh when you take a look into this repository. And quality gates made issues visible. Yeah, that was the best thing. I said that this developer experience was not as it should be. Yes, it was much less, but still it showed many issues. So, first point. Everything set, CI run, and I got this email from GitHub. Build failed. Why? Version conflict, you know? Yeah. AI, so powerful. Have access to all source code and mess with versions. So, it was easy. I just get what GitHub workflows give the error, put into my assistant. That's the problem. Give me prompt which will fix it. So first iteration, it worked. Also, if you take a look at the repository, you will find that commits have nice, great, very long, very verbose, conventional commits messages. Yeah, that's not me, that was AI. And that's the thing that AI is great. Yeah, if you don't use it, just start use cloud code. When you do some changes, just put, okay, commit that, use conventional commits, and you don't need to prepare everything. It will scan the changes and prepare something nice. That's the part where AI wins. Yeah. But maybe if not AI, then we won't need to write this line because nobody uses it. Okay, so next thing. Yeah, that's good. In fact, AI used PM. Yeah. It ran install many times on its environment, but didn't commit PM log. And used install method which is immutable, so it requires existence of this PM log because it needs to install exactly what is there. So, oops. Builds were not deterministic, but in CI, AI pointed that they are. Easy fix. Any of you will fix it in a few minutes. I spent half an hour to put in my assistant and then to copy paste prompt, wait for it to be done, to commit, etc. Yeah. In every possible prompt I checked, it was added to run CI tests before committing. Yeah, every time. So first thing, prettier format, check failure. it didn't run it. And this was the point. These three friction points are from the one one chunk of work. In this friction point, I think that maybe my AI assistant added something magical, or maybe the stars have put in the right order. Cloud Code not only fixed this spread here, but also ran other checks and fixed many more things, which should be fixed before. So yeah, that was Cloud Code just showed that he can probably say he's a junior developer. The same mistakes. And this the greatest one. That's why if you take the path of front end, you don't need to worry about it. In almost every project, when I work with an AI, I have the problems about ECMAScript modules, CommonJS, etc. Always. AI messes it a lot. Why? You know, this AI is not something very intelligent. It's just mathematical machine which outputs what has the biggest probability to be generated based on inputs. So yeah, and as you know, ECMAScript, I won't use the old name, I don't want to type. ECMAScript was created as easy to start, hard to finish language. So you can learn it in one evening, and then you can spend whole life to try to understand how to use it correctly. Okay, so this friction point was fixed. And what works today? For sure, presentation doesn't work, okay? Because there were a few points more. But is it bilingual? Yes, it is bilingual. It works. We have tabs, so it is. So it is enterprise grade. Light dark mode. To be honest, I didn't check it because I couldn't find the button to switch. I suppose it should use browser default, but I'm not a serial killer, so I have default dark mode, and it was using light mode, so no. It wasn't me who put these checkboxes, so you know, it was AI. So one thing AI is similar to us. It says that it works on himself, on his machine, but not the money. Security headers, I didn't check. Probably there are, but at this point, they are totally not needed because there is no backend yet. CO metadata and JSON ID. I thought something was added, but didn't check if this is correct, if it contains proper data, etc. Contact form AP stuff, yeah. Especially when you try to send contact form, you get nice Astro page 404. So yeah, we have this API ready. CI/CD quality gates, yeah, that somehow works, but still doesn't contain enough checks that should be. And qualifier redeployment. I said I didn't deploy it because there is no code for it. There is no stack defined, there is no CI workflow. So he's saying that it is ready, I'm saying no. Okay, but it works, right? Yeah. Looks great, right? Yeah, that's the dark one. Yeah, and below there were some tabs, which were basically 3 buttons. Yeah, can you see it? The colors. It is organized great, just great, right? Fantastic. But it isn't a single page when we use these tabs. They are just redirecting to other page. So are still functional. Yeah. Oh, and one thing. He was said that all content provided was in English. You see, this great English. There is no button for switching Polish English. I checked it worked when I just in the URL changed. And this is fine. That's the contact form. I don't know how you, but when I see this kind of contact form, I just cannot stop myself but feel and send it. I'm just saying, send me please. But no. So, what is intentionally unfinished? Yeah, that's very good. AI would be a great corporate rat because he knows how to say I screwed, but yeah. It is not, I didn't have enough time, it is intentionally unfinished. So contact form email integration, start only. Not start, not even start. CAPTCHA, run, GDPR friendly. Yeah, in fact, CSP hardening, Ramoyev will save in line. Okay, but he said that CSP is hardened. Few slides before. Okay, and analytics. We don't have analytics. But why do we need analytics if it is not live? I don't know. So yeah, the repository as the product. That's the slide which my AI assistant really wanted to add it. So everything is public. All prompts in the prompts directory. All conversation logs in the conversations directory. All design artifacts in docs. Yeah, when you see these design artifacts, they're not bad. Not bad. It could be better, but not bad. We have all code of application. We have all CIA failures and fixtures. The presentation was added by via the pull request. I used Cloud Code Web for it, so I needed to add pull request. The first pull request had the great description and even better squash message. Second and third was not. In fact, second was quickly before I came here, and the third one was the fix when I was here, sitting in the quiet room. Using my mobile phone, I just said, okay, you said that these screenshots are there, but they are not working. Yeah, so I don't know if he just lied or maybe he was so kind that intentionally made them not working, so you won't see how bad work was done. But here is the repository link. You can use this link and see everything. There are comics, etc. I want to add more code there. I will just update the logs of the conversation from the cloud code, and then I will archive this repository. This presentation is also deployed to GitHub pages. So one thing worth taking from this repository is the CI workflow for building Reveal.js and putting in the GitHub pages. So, yeah, so that's good outcome. Okay, yes?
Why it's 2015?
Oh! Yeah! No, that's my error. Yeah, you see, that was great. I started this project.
The future was there.
Yeah, okay. I confess that's because 2015. Because if someone saw this HTML code in 2025, it would be. Yeah. No, that's my mistake. I just take a look. Yes, repository is 2015. So. Yeah, so I will rename it to 2025. Yeah, but the funniest thing is I didn't catch it in any time. So yeah. but proper link is there, so that's good. Okay, so I will fix it then. And the repository is the link to also the link to this page, LukaszPiotrLutrzak.me. That is the site where this digital card should be put. Okay, and key lessons. AI accelerates, but needs guidance. Yeah, I agree that AI is a powerful tool, but it won't replace us. It will help us. When I started my journey in the world of development, not only front-end, I was doing different things. When I hear about someone bragging his full stack, I'm saying, okay, I'm only stack. I've programmed embedded, I program microcodes, I programmed databases, I programmed microcontrollers, etc. You know, I'm from Technical University of Łódź, so we can program everything. Okay, here is not there. So we can program everything, but it's not necessarily work. But we can. So basically, it is a great tool, a great help. It helps a lot when you need to put your thoughts into something which could be deliverable. Quality gates are essential, and that's the funniest thing. When we were developing without AI, these quality things, tests, etc., was just left after we will publish, we will go live, we will go get funding, then we will prepare tests, and etc. Now, if we want to use AI, we just need to start with these quality gates. Without them, we can easily go to the zoo and take some monkeys and give them keyboards. The code will be not much different. The best combo is when humans steer the strategy and architecture, and AI does what we are saying to them. But there is a problem. If you want to steer the strategy, architecture, you need to know it. So you need to have experience. Yeah, so if we take a look at that companies are not take juniors because AI can do their jobs. Idiocracy is closer than we ever thought. Because the dinosaurs like me soon will die, or maybe we'll be closed in this white room, or we'll start farming or something like that, and there won't be others because AI is killing juniors. So yeah, so we will move to the Stone Age without any war. So yeah, and the AI works best for structured, well-scoped stacks, and you need to have rather small tasks. You need to exactly say, almost pointing, in this file, do that. I also I'm using now this AI to prepare my personal page with blog, and some things it is already so big, you know, 3 pages, that when I ask AI to do something, I need to check if the same was done on the other pages, because it is not consistent with the rules. You need to point exactly what, where, how to do it, and you need to know that even if you put in prompt 10,000 times check it, you can be sure there is 50-50 chance that it won't check it at all, and push not working. The best streak I have was about 50 commits which were failing CI. Every time I just put CI failed, I copy-pasted the code I get from the GitHub, and then please fix it. And please run tests and fix everything. 50.
and it struggles with runtime debugging in edge cases. I suppose that the too many materials used to train AI was written by the programmers. It works on me. Yeah. AI knows this perfectly. It always works on them. So, honest takeaway. Can I replace front-end developers? Not for complex production systems. No. But I don't need to do it, you know. Cloudflare, etc. Or maybe even recent Windows updates. If you are using Windows, sorry. I'm using, and I know how it is. One day after the update, my computer with 64 GB of RAM and quick NVMe started to be very slow. Windows system tasks were utilizing 85% of processor. Yeah, yeah. They use AI. Oh, sorry, it's recording. I won't say what means AI later. Okay. For simple, well-defined tasks, it's okay. So it will help you. It will help you a lot of doing things which will drain your energy. Something you need as a developer to do, but it is not creative. It is not something which uses your potential. It is something that needs to be done, but could be done by someone else. AI helps the best of it. For example, with checking why this test fails, why I have this error. AI is great here. ChatGPT, Cloud, Gemini, perfect. Every time I tried, it helped me a lot with doing it. It is very, it can accelerate our work. Accelerate very much. But it needs our to steer it to point. And when you have proper quality gates, proper rules, then it could be better. So developers who use wisely AI will win. And developers who don't, then, yeah. Developers who don't use AI will be the ones who will once again try to write a better database than Neo4j or Postgres. So thank you. And as for these links, Lukasz Piotr.me is not working for now. We'll work about new Monday. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have time only for a few quick questions. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so the question, because you already said that you've been developing this homepage for 20 years, and if you would to assume how much time would you do such page if somebody asked you, for example, for money to do such thing, and accordingly to how much time did you spend on doing that with AI? Because what I try to do here to say is that I was doing some stuff using Windsurf, for example, and Windsurf was awesomely bad. It sucked. For the moment, I do some things with Claude, and it makes a lot of better work. And what you said here, where you had some frictions developing this page, I assume that it could be afterwards, when you have this experience, it could be put in some guidance for the AI, so it would do all this stuff without those frictions now. But you need this experience. How would you implement that?
So my personal page, only because my ADHD, OCD, and perfection impair, I always, before I finish, I learned something new and want to use it. So that was the problem. But creating it with AI, I started it as a weekend project about 2 weeks ago. And in fact, after 2 days, not so something about after 7-8 hours with AI, the first version was ready. I didn't publish it because my perfection was not happy with the fonts I chose and that I didn't change the metadata there. And then put it on the shelf. Went back to it on this Wednesday, and I suppose that today and tomorrow I will finish it. A lot of things is prepared by the AI, but for example, the visual side is based on my previous projects, so colors, etc. And for money, if I would do for money, I will do it classical. So take WordPress, take an template for the Steam Forest, or maybe use zip WP or something like that to just scaffold and then update. But for sure, I like this stack. I like Astra. Yes, Astra for WordPress, Astra for Concept. Yeah, really not. But use Astra and starter pages and just update it. Very minimal. Because it's always not about how great thing you do, but if you do. Yeah, the perfect things don't get money if they don't go live. In fact, even if this I would spend 1 week more and this visual card make better, it won't have any value until I will put it in the production. So yeah, and AI. The first money based on AI I trained about on this current AI. This generative AI was about 2 years ago, January, or maybe 3 years. I'm not sure. It helped me with developing a WordPress plugin, which was used for listing the points of sale within given distance. There were some mathematics required in the, and ChatGPT helped me there to put it in the SQL query. Till now, I don't know how it works, but it works perfect. It works perfect. So it requires time to learn, unfortunately.
Okay, thanks, Łukasz.
One more.
Sorry, please, but we really are running out of time and we have one more presentation, so let's keep these questions for networking session, okay? I'm really sorry. Thanks for understanding. Thanks, Łukasz. Great presentation, by the way. And now, Piotr, if you can... And now, our last presenter, the cherry on the cake, Piotr Rogacki. Big applause, please.
So, hello. As you can see, similar theme as previously. I will talk about AI too and its capabilities, but from a little bit different perspective, more theoretical. If you want to know if some tool is capable to do something, best is to just understand how it works under the hood. So, first I will discuss AI. It will be very huge simplification because it is extremely complex topic and we have a limited time. Then I will talk about software development with a little bit deeper perspective to focus on the skills which will be most important in the incoming era of AI. I'm Piotr Rogacki, founder of Solarte. We built a comprehensive platform, AI-powered, which can accelerate software development. And if you heard that AI is capable of the only simple things, I would disagree. Because we can generate something like 80–90% of implementation which is almost perfect. And this is not a marketing slogan. I tell you this as a principal consultant with 30 years experience to another software developers. But it is not simple, not obvious. So I will end up a presentation with few tips and tricks how to use AI to have most efficient results. So, when we are talking about artificial intelligence, most people use it as a just synonym for large language models, which is huge simplification, but it still makes sense. Comparing to everything what we have available right now, it is just closest to general intelligence. It can perform a huge amount of different tasks. And if you will hear all the promises from the CEO of AI companies, or if you look on the benchmarks, everything looks great. But if you try to use it in the real-time complex task, real scenarios, you'll find that pretty often AI makes extremely stupid mistakes. Why is that? To understand it, we'll have to deep dive, but we can start with a simple statement. As you probably heard, statistics is the best way to lie. I would say that benchmark even more deserve for that statement. So if you want to prove something, just create benchmark for this, optimize all the tools for this, and you will be able to advertise like this. So we will be talking about the skills. What is most important for the skills? Learn and practice. Continuous loop, never ending. It is only and the best way. So, we'll talk about learning. And let's start with methodologies. I decided to distinct 3 levels how we can do the machine learning, how are methods for the learning. First will be imitation learning. It's not any official term. I just decided to use it because there is opening discussion. However, human children are learning by imitation. A lot of scientists believe that, but for example, Richard Southern, father of reinforcement learning, has completely different opinion. He claims that children observe parents, adults, but what they do, they imitate goals. And the learning process is by try and error. So, imitation learning can be roughly translated in machine learning is a supervised learning. It is done just by showing huge number of examples. For example, for the object detection, you can have 1,000 of pictures with labels. For example, this is picture with cat, this picture without cat. And AI just adjust its weights to make proper guess what is on the image. This kind of learning is used in large language models for the first most important phase. GPT, especially for the first 3 generations, was trained on the huge corpus of text, mostly from the internet, but also books, research papers, And everything what was really done was input data was in sharp part of the text. Output, which should be predicted, was just next word. But when network is really huge and you have large amount of data, it really worked. Not many people believe that. There was crazy people in OpenAI, among others, that decided to try it, and results were interesting. But when you train AI on just continuous text, then results can be only continuation of this text. For example, it was quite funny if you would be able to test these early models and you would ask the question, model response would be continuation of this question, not the answer. So we had to use next level. For this, they used another really great discovery methods, which was reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning initially was used in simulating environments when AI model, this time called as an agent, was able to explore all possible field space of actions, and all this action get some kind of rating from the reward function. For example, AI could play the game, and when game was won, then all the action that bring to this point received positive reinforcement. When there was failure, of course, the reward was negative. So it was used in large language models initially to improve form of the answer. They train a little bit on the question answer text, but then multiple people was trying to use AI, asking questions and rating answers. In this way, we were able to improve hugely how AI responds. And in fact, this small thing was most important breakthrough which bring us to current age. Before that, AI was for enthusiasts. GPT 1 to 3, it was just interesting toy. From GPT 3.5 with reinforcement learning with human feedback, we reached the level when it became possibly usable to something real. Also, reinforcement learning was used in the later stage. When people were experimenting, they found out that when you ask simple question and answer is short, then the model makes a lot of mistakes. But if there is a longer question and longer answer, there is more tokens to process. So accuracy of large language models improved. That's why they decided that there would be good idea to have some internal thinking process, reasoning. So it was reinforcement learning was used also to shape the way how AI can reason with itself before it will give the final answer. But it have great results, but we cannot say that it is full implementation of the reinforcement learning. And reinforcement learning, when it is great idea, it is still not on the human level. So we can move to the third level. I don't have a good name for this because, as far as I know, we don't have any implementation about this. There are a lot of researchers working on this. We have papers with different names, but we have a very brief idea how it should work. What is most important, and again it is open discussion between scientists, whether AI have internal understanding of world, physical world model that could be used. We don't really know. So, next level of the learning should look like more like human can learn. Because, for example, in reinforcement learning for autonomous driving, agents have to crash the car multiple times to learn how to avoid it. It is not very efficient, and as we know, you can take young person, put it into car to 10 hours, and he will learn without crashing cars. So where is the difference? Difference is that we humans are understanding the goals, and what is most important, we can use our internal world model to predict outcome of our actions. So again, Richard Sutton, among others, came up with this idea where a whole loop should look like perception when we observe what is current state. Then prediction. We are using our current world model to trying to predict what will be outcome of actions. Then we choose the actions which will bring us closest to our goal. It will be great, but as I said, at this moment it's just theoretical world, and even if it will be achieved, we still don't know if it will be human level or not, or there will be, for example, some fourth level. So we know that AI is roughly on the level 1+ out of 3, so not even halfway into the human way of the learning. We can go further. As I said, for skills, what is most important is learning and practice. Continuous loop of improvement. So where is AI from this perspective? So on the level 0. Because in machine learning we have always two separate phases. One is training, when you show a lot of examples and let the model to learn the patterns. Then we have separate phase, inference, where you can use the model to do prediction, some actions, but it do not improve itself in this moment. For example, when you have a junior developer, you can give a task and he will make mistakes. You will explain this mistake, and maybe not after one time, but after a few times, but you could expect that he will learn, he will improve. With AI, it's not working like this. If you ask AI some tricky question and it will make mistakes, you can explain this mistake and close the chat, open another, and it will make exactly the same mistakes. You can repeat this process thousands of times, and thousands of times it will be the same mistakes because all the parameters of model are just frozen. It is trained and after that nothing changed. There are some experimentation about how to improve this, but nothing that could be used in the prediction. Another thing is when you discuss with the friend, you can expect that that person will reflect on the discussion later. He can call you back later and say, now I understand that I was wrong, or maybe I have a new argument. But again, with AI, it will not happen. So we know that we have a lot of limitations, but I heard quite plenty of times, if we will reach the level when AI can improve itself, we will have intelligence explosion. No one will be able to follow its progress. No one will be safe. So, I don't think it will happen, and I have two reasons. First reason is most people are assuming that AI is a technology with fastest possible growth, which is completely incorrect. If you will study history, you will find multiple technologies where we had the progress from the initial experimentation or even just idea to the production results within years. Greatest example for this was, for example, atomic bomb. And Manhattan Project was founded at 1942. At 1945, Hiroshima was bombed. So it was 3 years. For AI, most of the work was theoretical work, was done in the previous century. It was just impossible to test it in practice because computers were just not powerful enough. And most of this, what people are perceiving as this amazing growth, it's not really growth of AI field. It's just more powerful computers. Difference between, for example, GPT-1, when it wasn't impressive almost at all, up to GPT-4, which for me was really mind-blowing. This just scale. We have faster computers. We can use more memory. And of course, every new announcement of new version of model claims this is a completely new thing that will broke everything. But reality is that doesn't look like this. Between GPT-4 and, for example, latest GPT 5.2 was a little progress, just some updates. Biggest change was on the benchmarks, but we have a suspicion that their models were trained on these benchmarks, so it was easier for them to solve. In fact, you should pay attention to independent researchers. And we could observe in many benchmarks, which are not publicly available, that the new version of AI is not really better. Other thing is that intelligence is not something that could be counted in the linear way. it is multidimensional. So if you will improve anything super complex in one way, you can have a decrease in the another dimension. So we have a lot of problems with AI, but don't get me wrong. I heard plenty of times that current so-called AI is just stochastic part. It is JPEG of internet. That all it can do is match patterns, retrieve information from the training data, combine it, and return some answer which might sound great because it is sounding like human, but more parrot than anything intelligence. My opinion after many years of experimentation is a little bit different. No one really knows where is the truth because it is not deterministic algorithm that you can analyze, that you can understand how this works under the hood. It is a statistical black box. So all we can do is trying to understand how it works under the hood and observe results. But from our learn, if you really know how to use it, it is amazing. Results can be really mind-blowing, and we are still improving. Not so fast like many people could expect. So, but for example, I heard multiple times that we can expect AGI or even super intelligence in this decade. That is stupid. It will not be possible. You heard me. For example, if you have 3 levels of learning, and currently large language models are on the 1+, there's very long road we go before we reach anything which would be human-like. But I believe it is possible. We will see. I would predict that more like next half of the century will be a really interesting time to live on. So, all that plenty of information, in fact, was background for me to make one simple statement. AI will not replace humans. They are still worth to hone your skills. Now we can talk about software development because, again, I heard a lot. Even if we will not reach super intelligence anytime soon, software development will be solved as a first. Again, I cannot agree to this, taking my whole experience. Misunderstanding comes, in my opinion, from the one big mistake that people often use binary classification for the software. Is it working or not? I heard it plenty times from managers, often CEOs, companies. If AI can create code that is compiled to not throw errors, then software development is solved. But it's not true. In fact, space of possible working solution to any more complex problem is almost infinite. And there is no straight answer which is better or worse. You can take, for example, let's make 3 implementations. One will be just clean, simplest, that solve the problem. Second one could be a little bit more complex, but created to be more flexible, extensible. Or you can make a very complex implementation which is optimized for performance. And which is best? It depends from the context. And even you cannot say that you can take one direction for the project and follow that. Because even if main requirement from the client is that we need top performance, what does it mean? It means that we have to optimize parts which will be affecting that performance the most. Other parts have to be just flexible, for example, to use one or another implementation depending on the conditions. Rest, it doesn't matter. In this moment, simplest key insertion will work the best. To be able to choose right solution, you have to understand the context. You have to be able to understand client use case, requirements, how a system will be used, how different parts of the system interact with each other. It's not just 0 or 1. Is AI capable of this? When you ask it to implement the function, how it could know the context? It's simply impossible. So, let's talk about the skills which will be useful in the future. Most of the people can tell you that you have to learn AI orchestration. It makes some sense, because if you will not be able to do it, you will lost with other people that can, because they will be just faster or powerful and so on. But it is quite stupid for me simplification. It would be something like, I'm trying to explain to someone how to race a car, and he would say to me, most important is know how to turn the wheel. It's true, driving the car is turning the wheel among others, but it's not the skill. So, let's talk about just skills. We started with imitation learning. In the same way, we can think about imitation style of programming. When you have someone that can just, years ago, from the Stack Overflow, find a solution. Right now, it's just asking ChatGPT and copy-paste, combine solution to do something working. Okay, you can make solution that will be somehow usable, but it will be very, very far from the perfect and not really manageable. So if you want to be better from AI, because in my believing, what AI is do during generating code is kind of combining, copy-pasting and merging solution, nothing more. You want to be better, you have to have deep understanding of solution. Then you can, for example, fix the bugs that AI couldn't be able to fix. It is learning, reading documentation, tutorials, but most important, You can ask AI to create some implementation, but do not accept if it works. Take a look on this. Make sure that every part you can understand, and even better, debug this. Literally, line by line, check everything, every line which is doing. You have to understand it. This will give you great advantage. Okay, next is memory. Many people could say at this moment that I don't need to remember things. When I have a mobile phone, I have reminders, I have notes, I can search the internet, find any information, and it's true. But in reality, you have to think about your brain like about some muscle. If you don't use it, you lose it. If you want to operate in the best way, you have to train it. Even if some skill is not functional, it is about improving overall abilities. And memory is background for everything else. You can't learn if you can't remember. If you want to analyze anything, you have to compare parts of the information between each other. We can say that humans have two types of the memory. Short-term memory and the long-term memory. It works in a similar way for large language models because long-term memory for them is just training data. It builds general knowledge, but you have to be aware that retrieving this kind of information is very inaccurate. So-called hallucinations. Of course, I heard 2 or 3 years ago from South Alban that they will solve hallucinations within 8 months. 3 years ago. Hallucination will not be solved because it is a part of way how large language models works. And in fact, it is their power. Because if they can produce the answer, even if you do not provide them all the required information. And this is hallucination. So we hate when it mistakes the facts. It could be improved, but we have to just accept that this is part. Second is short-term memory. For them, it's context. When LLM is predicting next word, input text, input tokens is so-called context. But context is limited, and it is a huge problem. You may hear that our new models has a 1 million tokens context, which is huge, 1. It's not really huge if you want to provide all possible information. And second, don't trust benchmarks. In benchmarks, there's a famous needle in the stack. They prove that they have almost 100% accuracy over this 1 million tokens, which is bullshit. I'm working with this for the long time, almost every day. I can tell you that it errates. Longer context is, there's a bigger chance that AI will confuse information. So, in fact, AI can do a lot, but human memory is much, much more better. do the simple things. Of course, you cannot cancel delete your calendar, but if you have anything private events, don't rely completely on the automation. Try to remember something, for example, what time there's a meeting, and before you will check the calendar, try to recall this information. Memorize lyrics on some songs and go back to this. It is important, it will give you superpower if you will have great memory. Next is reflect on and improve. As we already said, AI has frozen parameters. It cannot really learn and improve. So use this advantage. You don't fire and forget. When you've done something, think about this constantly. How I could do it better. Next time you will have similar task, you can use that experience and really do it better. This is how you build long-term skills. And it is super important also combining with the memory. For example, for me, with someone able to create the software, my reward function, whatever I've done, good work or not, is not if it will compile. If it is about next 2 years, next 5 years, if the solution which I designed was flexible enough to be extended later, if there is some edge case scenario, is it simple enough that I can safely fix this bug? This reflection after so long period that we know that current AI can do this. But with my whole knowledge about researches and the history of the AI, it's hard for me to even imagine how to build the AI system that could have this kind of reflection, train itself to be better and better with that kind of perspective. Another thing, plan things. Don't try and error, because it is just waste of time. When you try and error, obviously you will do almost the same work multiple times. Of course, when you are young, it's not easy to predict how perfect solution would look like. But try, make mistakes, reflect on these mistakes, and improve. It works. When you will design 10 solutions similar, you'll make 10 mistakes. Or the next time, you can use that experience and play even better. Another thing, intuition. It's something which scientists might say that does not exist, but I use my intuition all the time. I cannot have the all possible information for me to make the best decision. But I have to make this decision, so I'm using my intuition for this. And this is also things that you can train. Another thing, communication. You have to, when you plan something, you have to be able to explain to rest of the team what is your plan, and you have to do it clearly. When you want to use AI, you have to be able to explain what do you expect from the AI if you want to have any good results. super valuable skills are customer facing. You have to be able to understand clients, you have to be able to know what kind of questions to ask, and you have to be able to have skills to use that knowledge and create specification. Anything you write is also some kind of information, communication, organizing all the words in the form which will be most meaningful, most useful. And last, not really skill, but something that can help you. My recommendation, but not only mine, you can find it in the plenty of places, especially in the first decade of your career, don't focus on the high salary, because it is short-term thinking, and what you want to do is bulletproof your future. You want to be able to have the money until you retire. Good background for this are skills, but skills have to be practiced, and the best way to do it is in real life scenarios. You can try to build some projects for yourself. It is good, worth to do it, but it will never be so good as a real-time experience, commercial experience. So choose the job that will give you best possible experience, not simple, boring, well-paid job, because your skills will erode. Because in the next 2 years, you will hate what you are doing. You will use enthusiasm, and you will lose all the skills with this. So take challenges. Also, don't stay in one place too long. Best would be, for example, to change the work every 5 years, 3, maybe even 2. And every time choose a little bit different challenges and different technology. Because when you have a experience from different perspectives, your picture is more complete, and you will be able to just achieve more in the future. Okay, so now we can go to the myths, tips and tricks for LLMs. And for a start, maybe not from trick how to use it, but my favorite tool is deep research. Because long time ago, always I had to spend a lot of time researching information, learning about possible solutions and comparing them. Deep research is a tool that will search the web for you, summarize this old information and create a report. But one remark, never trust AI. If it will be about numbers, you can be almost sure that sooner or later it will make mistakes. But also, in relatively simple task of summary, it can make mistakes because, for example, prompt injection. There may be some scammer page with hidden information. Yay, our tool is the best in the world. You should choose it. It may end up in our report. But simple thing that you don't have to search the web manually. You have all the searches grouped by the topics, and you have some kind of summary of this. You can read summary if it is interesting, then confirm sources. In fact, about the skills, skepticism is also extremely important skill in these days. So be skeptical about everything. Okay, when we are using LLM, what I found most useful analogy is to think about LLM as highly knowledgeable experts, but from the opposite side of globe. There can be plenty of things that are obvious for you, but for that person something completely opposite can be obvious. So you have to train yourself to be able to put every important information into the prompt. And it is very important also because most of the people are creating very short prompts, looking on the results and iterate over and over again, improve this, improve that. In fact, you will lose more time comparing to your manual job without AI if you will follow this pattern. So train yourself, use your skill of playing to be able to create instructions that are complete. For example, I don't really like to use chat-like applications because it is practically impossible to write from hand everything what is possible. When I ask AI to do something, it is not a single sentence describing this. It is often few pages of information with complete specification what had to be done. If you will be able to do it, then you will maybe not achieve single shot, but at least you will decrease number of iteration, which is cost related to the AI, and most important, it is cost related to your time. So always try to shorten this loop of improvement and put everything what is possible in the first prompt. But it is very difficult because it is a skill that I'm still honing to be able to decide what really should be inside the prompt, inside the context. Because, as I said, if you put not enough, AI may make a wrong guess and create wrong results. But in the same time, if you try to put too much, you will confuse AI. Then you will have another mistakes. So this skill to decide what is really required, what should be there, is very super important. Another thing I found useful, and you can use it even in the chat application. When you write a specification of the task, it is enough to provide the results. But I found it helpful to explain to AI why. What is the reason that I'm trying to create this kind of script or text? Describe some background behind it. It is worth spending time on this. Another Another thing from my experimentation was that form of the prompt matters. Most of the researchers will tell you that grammar or formatting errors does not matter. AI will be able to figure it out and provide the results. It is true for simple tasks, but if you want to have edge case results, really state-of-the-art solutions, it is important. And trust me, because we have the tool that can generate hundreds of thousands lines of code. We have multiple projects we can test prompts on, and I really confirm that even simple formatting can make a difference between correct results or not. And this is also one of reasons why I don't perceive AI as just a stochastic part. Because we can think about this like computing is for each token. And it could be used to try to decipher your intentions, or it could be used to come up with better solutions. So for me, it is some kind of proof that AI has some kind of thinking. It's not just next word prediction. It is much more complex. So if you want to have best results, pay attention to have a good prompt. And one of the ways to achieve that is so-called meta-prompting. We can use AI to create prompts that will be used to AI to create results. I found it extremely useful because it is very difficult to create concrete specifications. I train myself, but I still make mistakes that I couldn't imagine that AI could make this kind of mistakes. But if you ask AI in the right way to prepare a comprehensive prompt, it will make all guesses there. And you can read this prompt and communicate to improve it, to correct all the bad guesses into the right one. And this is something that I use almost always when I have a production prompts. So I recommend it to you too. Okay, yeah. And it was all for the tips and tricks. If you want to get most important thing from this presentation, it would be my recommendation for you. Don't use AI instead of your brain. Use AI to empower your brain and train your brain to be able to empower it even more. Put some effort to create initial description of the task better. Put some effort to completely verify solution. At the beginning, it will take you more time. But when you will become better, you will be faster, more accurate, and what is most important, you will not make as many mistakes, and it will save your time, which means that this initial and after effort will be in fact more efficient. what is most important, again, train skills of your brain. It will give you better future, which I wish for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Piotr. Great presentation. I think questions, we can move to the networking session with pizza. It can be more fun. Plus, we also need to give this room for another classroom. So one more time, big applause for Piotr. And now, let's eat some pizza.
Żeby chyba sobie tam cisnąć, możemy wyjść, bo już 16 mam zajęcia. Dobra, Piotrze, idź tam z nimi, ja sobie wszystko sprawdzę i zaraz was po prostu dołączę. Możesz złożyć kamerę. A czekaj, jeszcze musisz się pożegnać ze wszystkimi. Na streamie. No tak. Nie, no tutaj już powiem do kamery po prostu. Dziękuję też wszystkim, którzy byli wirtualnie. Zamykamy ten event i teraz przenosimy się na networking. Networking będzie tylko w wersji lokalnej. Tak czy tak. Dziękuję wam wszystkim za przybycie i miłego wieczoru. Trzymajcie się, cześć.
Halo. Czekaj, nie raz.
Halo.
Raczej nie sądzę, że to